Crash Course Live is presented by Smash It Demolition Derbies and the 2016 Bash for Cash. Demo Derby Masters. Winter Slam 2016. Ultimate Derby and Blizzard Bash and Capital City Carnage. Sciapa Racing and SciapaRacing.com. Reckless Abandon Derby Apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com. And Derby Inc. Magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc. This is the Crash Course Demolition Derby podcast, recorded live at the FingerLakes1.com studios in downtown Seneca Falls, New York. And now your host, Chris Marquardt.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Lake Erie Rumble 2016. I'm Chris Marquardt. Joining me here at the announce table is Steve Lane, and talk a little bit about some of the stuff that we're going to see here through the course of today. Big welcome to all the folks that are joining us online. Again, this is Lake Erie Rumble, being held as a fundraiser to help the Variety Kids program out of Buffalo. A bunch of the monies from this are going to be going into the telethon fundraiser, working in conjunction with the telethon fundraiser that they got out on the Midway. If you got the chance, all the food booth and the beer booth is open. We're going to be doing a little bit of double duty through the course of the day as we move into this afternoon's program. Pretty good field lined up out there already, battling a little bit of a weather condition here, so we got a little bit of a delay. Still haven't even seen the fire trucks show up on the grounds yet. I know, Steve Lane, you're going to be busy through the afternoon. You've got a chain and go car here. In addition to that, you're also going to be running the Power Wheels event that's due up at 1 o'clock, about half hour from where we are right now. But with the rain, I don't know if it's going to be better to do maybe some slip and slides out there versus the Power Wheels.
More like mud drags.
Fiddling with us a little bit here, trying to get more for the folks online so that they can hear us in addition to everybody here in the arena. So just let me work with this briefly so that we don't blow everybody here out and make them lose their eardrums. Trying to juggle all the plates on sticks here. A little too much. Mic 1 2, mic 1 2. All right, that's a little bit better. Hopefully everybody at home can hear us again. Waiting for some weather to clear. Once we get past the 1 o'clock hour, it looks like everything should pretty much clear off, and we'll be good for a pretty clear stretch right down until about 5 o'clock. This track, one of the benefits of this, we saw it back in July. This track is basically self-cleaning. This does a real nice job of draining itself. It all pitches off to the inside, but the one issue that we're fighting against right now is this track. Basically, it's tailored for horse racing, and you can't go out there and scrape it to get down into drier surface, so we're just going to kind of have to wait it out a little bit until this dries off.
It's real greasy. Real greasy track when it's wet.
Are you nervous?
No, not at all.
Jesse Kunkel's here, it was good to see him. We saw Anthony Alexander here. They brought up a car for the Power Wheels, which you're working on through the course of today. Jesse Kunkel, he's in your heat in the V8 division. I understand Tori Mostrello and a couple of his buddies are out in the parking lot. They haven't got the cars off the trailers yet, but they're here. Andy Wolfhanger and Tommy Dowd were both in the pit area at one point. I don't know what their inspection status is. I see the F1 car that Jim Ellman drove to fourth place back here at the fair. He was the defending fair champion this year. Andy Wolfhanger coming down with the win in that division. Good group of compact cars. We see some of the fire trucks now already starting to part the gates. So maybe we are going to be a little bit closer to that 1 o'clock start time with the weather appears to be breaking off right now. It'd be great if we get this thing started on time and use as much of that window as we've got to our advantage.
Yeah, because I think later we're going to have thunderstorms coming in and lightning comes and they'll be clearing the stands out again like Dunkirk was.
I don't want to leave my stuff this year or this time around. I would like to stay with it as best we can and try and.
You got somewhat of a roof over you.
We do, and I noticed as I was hanging out down here with Art Seeley and Kevin Seeley talking about their return to Demolition Derby action next year, which that's going to be a lot of fun. Kevin's got a car here. He's got a Chain and Go Imperial. It was a 1974, 75, I think he said. It was built for a Chain and Go division. And now he's got it here and basically in a mod class, so he had to do a little bit of work. When I was talking with those guys, I was noticing right above us where that patch is, where that holds the four panels of the roof together, it's no longer holding anything together, and there was water running through it, that's always fun.
That's how I sat in the car with the tarp on it, and I got the tarp with the most holes in it, so I'm wet. I might as well just stood her outside.
Back a little bit of that hum out. A little bit better there. So we see the first of the fire trucks coming into position as the drops overhead. Sounds like they're starting to gain in intensity. One more time, the compact field looks like it's pretty strong. The goal today was to run a couple flights of compacts and take something around the last 10 into a feature similar to what they did last year. I'm not really up to date on how many compact entries we've got at this point. I've been staying here babysitting all this stuff. What's the likelihood that we might kick that thing over and just do a one and done with those?
I don't see why they wouldn't. If the car count's not there like they're expecting, kick it down back to one and done. But right now there's 3, maybe 4 compact heats. And then the youth compact as well. That's their own separate heat.
Was that Nick right there that just walked down the front stretch?
That is Jason Whitfield right there.
Wow, look at this. A couple folks checking in from... for some reason, Stephen Estep asks me the same question every time we post a link. Is it the whole Derby? Yes, it's the whole Derby. We're going to do everything we can to put the whole Derby out there. But we've got people, Seth Yoders in Washington, Pennsylvania. Kyle, I know I'm going to mess his name up, Zoots from Arizona watching right now. Florida checking in. Clyde, Texas. Justin Kiefer in Clyde, Texas. Piedmont, South Carolina with Renee Osmond. Wyatt Schatzer checking in down in Pennsylvania. That's awesome. A lot of input from all over the place. And we'll have some back and forth with those fans as they let us know how things are working on their end, what they like, what they don't like, as we work through the course of the afternoon. So this is the 4th year for the Lake Erie Rumble now?
4th, maybe 5th. 2011 or 2012 we started here.
It's been an outstanding show every year that we've been here. Chad Ellman was always a showman here. Loved watching him run, and this was the type of build, the chain and go division that we're going to see here in a little while for the full-size cars. That was the division that he built to pretty much no matter what he built. If there was welding done on his cars because somebody else stole his car, did welding on it, and gave it back to him, he would much rather just bend the car in half in one run and be done with it. So he had a couple white Impalas that he ran here and had some great battles with Pat Osmond in that chain and go division in the first 2 iterations of the Lake Erie Rumble. Then I missed last year, so I think that brings us up to speed where we're at last year.
Yeah,
right now, who won last year? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Safe assumption, Dave King won compacts.
That could have been true. No, Shannon Good maybe won the. Couple of us went out of town somewhere else to Belfast last year.
There's John Meller right there. Check it in. Thanks, John. More folks checking in from home. That's one of the things that we do when we take a show on the road. We have the chance of interacting with the folks that are watching at home, and it is not uncommon to have people viewing from all over the world, for that matter. We often get viewers in the United States and Canada, but moreover, we have servicemen and women that are stationed overseas that can't watch the derbies here at home in the States. We have David Sims in England who watches just about every show that we do, and then it's frequent that we have armed forces members in Japan, Poland, Germany, Russia, Brazil checking in. And then on top of that, David's got all his buddies all over Europe that run banger cars that are tuning into these things too. It is
Those
really
guys are
made
nuts.
They are nuts. They say that we're crazy because you're allowed to use the front or the back of the car here. It's like, I really believe that Europe is more out of their mind than anybody here.
A lot of videos of those banger cars. I don't know about that. That's
Marty Seeger tuning in. Marty, some well wishes out to Todd Height. Todd Height has been battling some knee problems now for a little over a year. He had some reconstructive surgery done back in, probably February, and had a long road of recovery to him. And he found out that the attempted less invasive version of the surgery didn't work. And as a result, it did some additional damage in his knee, and it also did some additional damage in his ankles. Now he's got a 10-inch by 14-inch cadaver tendon in his leg that they had to put in. They had to do a partial replacement on his knee, and then he's got more cadaver tendons in his ankle. He had surgery on Friday. He's resting. I'm not even going to pretend. He's not resting comfortably at all at home. He wanted to make the trip out here, and he's from in Herkimer, New York. He was hoping to make the trip out here, but obviously recovery and the surgery schedule didn't make that work for him, so he's not going to be able to join us here. But the day promises quite a bit of action. You're going to see plenty of bent cars, and I really, really hope that Tori Mustarella can get that car off the trailer and get it through tech inspection. If I understand correctly, Aaron Robinson not able to get his car done in time. Had some problems with the rear end. It sounds almost like the rear gears had locked up on it completely, and he couldn't get the gears out to swap it over for whatever he was trying to, his ultimate goal there, I'm not really sure of.
I think he's changing gears every time he runs.
Every time. Like. Because he hasn't been able to do a wheel stand in an Imperial yet. So he needs to continue to change.
He needs Uncle Johnny to show him how to do it.
Oh, yikes. Man. Right for the jugular.
Right for it. That's how we roll.
I haven't seen Eric Remington come through yet. I know he's got his car done. He's running an Oldsmobile this weekend. Jim Eppinger, his car was back there in the inspection line. Don Dillenberg, he got a Plymouth Breeze together, and that is one of the first ones of those particular types of cars that he's run. He put a Monte Carlo bumper on it, but he changed gears on me a little bit. I was surprised by it. He ran the Monte Carlo back bumper on the nose of his Plymouth, and I told him that bumper really at the end of the day isn't going to be the beginning of the end of your win. It is going to happen behind the front wheels and at the firewall with that car. And he says he's done everything that he can do to shore that up, and he wants to run the first one because he can get other ones like it. This one, of course, only cost him about $50, so why not just destroy the thing, bend it in half?
Sounds about right for Donnie. She's cheap.
Well, he's had it. He said he's had it sitting in his side yard, and he wanted to save it for the fair next year, but he got tired of picking weeds out of the flowers that were growing around it, so he had to waste it here.
He'll do just that if he gets the opportunity.
So we sort of touched on a little bit, some folks, as we see more stuff being brought out of the trucks as we get ready to go here in just about 20 minutes with the Power Wheels. First place from the Power Wheels gets to take that thing home?
No, that is a raffle donated by Hank Pensick, and I believe his union is what it was. But yeah, that is a separate raffle, like a fifth. I have raffle tickets for it. $1 a piece for the tickets for a brand new Power Wheel, still in the box. If anyone wants those, you can come down front, buy your tickets for that, and child will take home a nice camouflage 4x4 Power Wheel.
12-volt 4x4 camo setup. Looks like it's one of the Jeeps. Now does that, if that goes home with one of your kids, does it immediately become one of the Power Wheels Derby entries and you're going to paint over the thing, or does it get to survive as a yard beater for a little while?
They can have tomorrow as a yard beater. One day we build it.
Monday. That's funny. Hank's a good dude, man. He builds a lot of cars that end up getting run here, has a lot of input on a lot of cars, helping people that don't really know what direction to go with their builds. And now this donation, pretty good move. The raffle is being conducted just towards what was the old turn number 1 for the horse track. You see the table with the red top. That's where you can get the raffle tickets. It's $1 a shot for that. 12-volt system to Dynacraft. My kids have a Spider-Man car that was built by Dynacraft at home. And Kelsey, my youngest, she'll be 4 in January. She has the shortcut that she's built around the backyard. And she basically has built a racetrack. She goes around and goes around and goes around, just kills every battery that we charge up. She mistimed a turn at some point and smashed the left front corner off of the swing set, and it ripped the front wheel off. It broke the cotter pin, broke the rivet that held the wheel weld in place and everything. She kept going on one wheel, trying to steer it, trying to K-turn it in the backyard. Alan, my oldest boy, he just turned 7. He hopped in and was going to show her how to do it. Going to jump in and show her how it was done. He ends up bouncing it off of the swing set again because he can't steer it. And it ripped the whole steering setup out of it, so the wheels are facing each other or facing outside opposite one another, and he ended up bouncing it off one of the playhouses. So it's pretty close to getting time to get them a derby car, I think.
You need to put a GoPro on them kids.
Yeah. He's got some of the GoPros that have been retired because Eric Remington ruins all my GoPros, and he'll hold on to him with his hand and do derbies on the floor with his Matchbox cars, or he'll take one of the old cameras that we use for these live streams and stuff that we do with the DVD dates with before that. Some of those that have been retired, he's got a little tiny tripod about this big that'll spread out real wide so it can hold a real steep angle and it'll still hold together on the ground. And he'll videotape his own derbies, and he's filled up 32 gig memory cards. Just
nice.
Little Matchbox car derbies.
Yeah, I think my son found a kid's GoPro at Toys R Us or something, and he wants that in the worst way for his Power Wheel trucks.
Just put a good one on it. Come on, Dad. It's only money. Again, this event being held as a benefit for the Variety Children's Club, helping raise funds A lot of the money stays right here local in Western New York. A lot of that goes to the Children's Hospital right in Buffalo. So, be sure.
Good cause.
It's a great cause. And what better way to do it than with a demolition derby, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, even though we've got the showers that have lightened up here locally, you can see the track. It's got some spots where there's standing water in it, but a lot have the water that was standing on earlier has already dried up, been absorbed. So I'm thinking we might not be in too bad a shape once we get the cars out there. My anticipation is that we're going to go in order. We're going to start with Power Wheels, then go into youth, probably then compacts. There's only one truck out there so far, so I think the truck program will be scratched from the afternoon. Trucks are a tough draw to places that they haven't had trucks. You need to get 6 or 8 of them to come for the first time. And once that group puts on a great show, you see them come out of the woodwork. So once the trucks...
That was discussed a while back because they were going to scrap it again, and it was suggested, just put a couple guys out there, let them run, start drawing. But with, basically whatever the payback is for the trucks, I myself didn't even get around to building one.
Right. Dan Colett bringing the Durango. He's camped out up there in line, looking very lonely at this point. But there was also, if I understand correctly, there was a Ford, like an F-250, that they started on 3 days ago. Now, you can't start on anything 3 days ago and make it come here and be ready to go. Just because of what you're allowed to do with the rules, it takes a little bit of time to put these things together. So a yeoman's effort if they do get that truck here, but at this point I don't anticipate it. The V8 class looks like they're plenty stacked. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
That'll be fun to watch. That'll be worth the money.
That's the class that you are entered in. Again, we talked about Jesse Kunkel coming up out of Pennsylvania to compete. Jesse Kunkel ran a couple weeks ago and burned up yet another transmission. And I guess they've determined there was something to do with the transmission case itself. So he's taken that car, sent that to Ohio. Yeah.
We have to tell somebody we're here. We already registered for some for the
About 10 minutes away from getting the Power Wheel stuff underway. Lost my train of thought. We were talking about, the transmission. Sent the transmission to Ohio in the able hands of Davey Chapman. Davey Chapman has now taken that case apart a couple times, looked at it, made the determination that no matter what he does, reverse is going to continue to come out of it. So Jesse was given one of Davey Chapman's personal transmissions, and that's what's in the car today. So we know that transmission can take whatever abuse the Mad Russian can throw at it. And he is not a guy that is afraid to direct drive it when it goes from drive to reverse, wide open, back and forth. And he's going to bring a little bit of a wild card factor here, too. He's from out of town, so the locals are going to want to gang up on him. But he's also an absolute hammer. And he's friends with a lot of guys out here in terms of some of the folks that have come in from out of town as well.
There's a few guys, he's friends with, and he's already told me that he was looking at the pillars of my wagon and drooling.
Well, those pillars are going to be touching at least the back seat by the time you're done. If nothing else, the good news out of this, Steve, is you're not going to have to run this again next summer when we come back for the fair. This car's got, 4 or 5 runs on it now?
No, not this one.
No,
this one.
That's right, because you got bored of Derby and backed out of it for a while.
Yes, I this is the one I backed on the wall 2 years ago.
You said it, not me.
Yes, I backed on the wall. And it sat in the backyard for 2 years.
Yeah, you backed out. You got out of Derby a little bit. We missed you at the fair, but you also had that. You had that one Ford, the 98, if I remember right. 98, 97.
94.
It was 94, so it was older yet.
That's the one that had 10 plus runs.
You had a ton of runs on that car.
Still sitting in the backyard.
You still?
I still have it. I want to stub the front frame and bring it back.
With what? An Imperial subframe? K member? Maybe.
It's
a good decision. It's a great decision.
Maybe.
Well, do you have to go to work? I see some folks beginning to congregate over there at the registration table. Do you need to go get those guys, or can you?
Yeah, I might have to step out for a few minutes.
All right. Well, appreciate it.
Appreciate having me on.
Yeah, man.
Stay dry today.
We'll do what we can. We're good so far. It's a low margin for error, however. Good look at the field of cars out there parked just outside of the primary area of the track. You see right there in the middle of the green car with a blue bumper. That is Jesse Kunkel. Next to him is, to the driver's side, is the 3 groups of compacts at this point. I'm not sure if they're going to amend that plan as we go through the afternoon or if they're going to continue to operate with the intention of doing 3 heats before we get into the feature for the small cars. Again, the single truck, Dan Cole up there sitting just on the edge of your screen at home. That is Dan Cole waiting some fellow truck competitors. You want to stay dry? You can do it on one of these mics here. Do it right here with me. Charlie Eckert checking in from home. Hey, Charlie. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the stands, just wanted to give everybody a good look at one of our special guests here from the course of the afternoon, selected among all of the children who have been helped by the Children's Hospital we have Morgan down here. She is our celebrity child. She represents all the kids of Chautauqua County who've been helped by Children's Hospital. And a big round of applause for Morgan. She has been in remission from cancer since the 30th of October. She represents all these kids that have been helped by the Children's Hospital. That is what the goal of today is. All this money, basically, that is being raised through the course of the day goes to help children in Western New York and the folks at the Children's Hospital through the Variety Program. And 50/50 is open right now. You're welcome to come down and get your chance. The proceeds from that will also go to the Children's Hospital in Buffalo. It's 1 for $1, 10 for $5, and an arm's length for $10. You can recognize the guys that are selling the 50/50. They got the bright pink basket. They got the Buffalo News Kids Day aprons and the white hats. They're going to be making their way through the grandstands. Once again, thanks for coming and being our special guest, Morgan. We appreciate you coming down. I hope you enjoy the show. And joining us here at the table, we're going to catch up with Jason Whitfield for a few minutes. Tell me a little bit about where we're at in the pits. You're supposed to have a car. You're supposed to have your kid here from North Carolina. Is everything falling in line, or has the summer gotten away from us?
No, everything's good. My son's on his way. He's got his Power Wheel out here. He's been excited. We put it together last night, painted it, and he couldn't be more excited.
Now, how do you go about welding on a Power Wheels?
Little plastic weld.
Yeah,
You got to
yeah.
hide stuff.
What do you think of the Power Wheels thing? I mean, now it's getting some young kids into it. It's getting them a chance to cut their teeth, get the experience of getting bounced around a little bit, and that's setting the stage for Demolition Derby to continue.
Yeah, I think it's great. My kids they love it. My little guy was out there, like I said, every demo, he's cheering, he's rooting. Hell, we'll go home and he'll watch it on the internet. He has dad pull up, videos. Anything he has with wheels, we got to have a demo the night before bed.
Right.
And I think the kids enjoy it, and it's great for the coming up generation.
How did you get into Demolition Derby yourself?
You know what?
Because they didn't have Power Wheels back then.
No. Actually, the guy that started me, Laird Eppinger, is here today. And I had my old high school car, and it kind of crapped out on me. And I said, I've been watching all my life. I used to sit on my porch and watch the cars go by. I said, shit, maybe I want a demo, and he said, bring it up, and he goes, I'm not going to build it for you, I'll help you. And I've been doing it ever since.
We had a story similar to that when we were down at the Hartford Fair with Crash Course Podcast back at the end of August. Same thing. Jerza Sherman, you're familiar with Jason Sherman.
Yep.
From out in Eastern New York, from Bainbridge area. Hatebreed, New York. He drives the 941 cars. He is the state representative on We Crash.
All right.
And Jerza out of nowhere said, hey, Dad, I think I want to drive a derby car. And he said the same thing. I'm not going to build it for you, but I'll build it with you. And the only thing that he actually had to do was weld the bumper on.
Right.
Helped her with the doors. She turned around, she won the derby after she lost steering 3 hits in. So what was your first car? I mean, you said you used your high school car.
My first car was an 87 Cutlass, 2-door.
Yeah.
It was a piece of junk, but it held up. Back then, it was the best paint job. I got best of show. And I actually found an old wagon, old Chevy wagon, 2 days before the demo. We threw it together with Laird's help, and I came out and ran the feature with it. Yeah.
And now those cars are sought after by the guys with Imperials like you built. Because
Oh,
you want
yeah.
to pillar park in the worst way.
Yeah, it's a lot of cars are getting tough to come by, and they're a lot of work. But I tell you, if you build them right, it's a good car to have.
Tell me more about what you've seen out here in this area. You made reference to winning Best Appearing Paint. What's happened to the Best Appearing Paint competition? I mean, it just seems like guys they go for the mean look where they go with the flat black or they leave with the factory color, so you see all those crazy burn marks and the exposed metal. Nobody's going over and above to get the cars painted up so they look real sharp. We had a pretty good turnout here at the fair, but the more we travel, when we go to Ohio, Minnesota, Utah, Pennsylvania, Virginia, it seems that Best Appearing the attention to the Best Appearing is falling off.
Yeah, it is, because guys are paying more attention to their build. But you go to these local tracks and everybody's got their family and friends, and it's nice to have a good looking paint job. For me, I'm like, you know what? If your car looks good, you drive good. But that's just me. So.
If your car looks good, you drive. Well, I mean, if you had a chance to walk along Murderer's Row back there and check out some of the cars you're going to be out there.
A little bit. There's some mean cars here. This should be a nice hard hitting demo today.
You going to go out on a limb, pick a winner?
No, I'm not going to pick a winner. I'm just going to, wish everybody good luck and everybody stay safe.
How deep is Jim Eppinger going to go with his car?
I think you're going to see some junk made.
Yeah. He's not winning, but he's not going to be last, is he?
No.
So what have we got? What have we got for your Power Wheels today? What did you choose to build? Is there a preferred Power Wheels at this point?
Not yet. We got a Jeep, red and black Jeep. It was his preferred colors. He wanted to pick it out. He was right there for every aspect of it. Dad was painting it last night, and he was right out there saying, "Dad, it looks amazing. Can't wait." So right now it's just a Jeep until he gets a little bigger.
Yeah. So you're talking then next fall at this show, he'll have a youth car?
He's only 3. He might. He's a big 3-year-old.
You can give it a try. Let anything happen. Just Dad's just got to sign off on it.
That's it. And he probably would too, knowing my guy.
How much Power Wheels derbying did he do at home before he had the chance to build the car?
Oh God! As soon as we actually won it here last year, and as soon as he got it home, anything he had with wheels, he was in the yard, and he at one point he flipped his one car on the side and parked his Jeep on there, and he said, "Dad, come and look." I was doing something in the yard. I walked over, and sure enough, he's smiling ear to ear, grinning. He's like, "Dad, I flipped this car. I'm like, "That's my guy." So now every time I go out, he says, "Dad, are you going to flip a car?" No, bud, you don't go out to flip a car, but it happens. But he's extremely excited. I'm glad the rain's tapering off so he can be out here and have some fun.
Well, who was it that was in the car? I can't remember. It was the first year for the Lake Erie Rumble, and I think either Pat Osmond or Pat Osmond's nephew was in that 75 Caprice, the two-door that he had. It was right over here, and a cream-colored car come along and flipped it right on its side, right in front of God and everybody. Right. That was the first year of the Lake Erie Rumble here, and I tell you, you said the goal isn't to flip somebody, but maybe that's not the goal, but it sure is cool when it happens.
It is cool. I think it gets people real excited when it does happen. You always want everybody to be safe. The goal is everybody to stay safe, but things like that happen. It's part of demo, and you flip them back over. If you can get back in and run, you go ahead and run again. That's
one of the things I like about this fair. A lot of fairs that we go to have adopted the same policy. There's only a select few places that if somebody does get over on their lid that they take them out and they don't give them the opportunity. But, that guy instantly becomes a guy that the crowd rallies around. He gets back in the car, fires it up. No matter who's driving it, they instantly become a fan favorite. And if they get the thing fired and they keep going, everybody is behind them till the bitter end. After that point, we've seen in the compact division here during the fair. I don't think that I've been here for a night of the fair when there isn't at least one rollover in the compacts because they're so small. There's so much room. They gain up so much momentum when they start flying around here end to end that they get up on each other's hoods, up on the roofs, and they start knocking each other over on their lids.
Right. Well, it's not your, everybody looks. It's not your average driver. Most people, car flip, they wouldn't get back in it and wouldn't try. But, you really got to get in there and be like, hey, my car's unhurt. It's still time to roll. Let's go out and have some fun. As long as you got no fluids leaking, no fires, I'd say get back in and run it.
The 50-50, again, that money going to the Children's Hospital right here in Western New York, up in Buffalo. The 50-50, it's $1 for 1, 10 for 5, or an arm's length for $10. They're walking around down here on the Midway, hanging out with Morgan, who is our guest celebrity child for the weekend. Another raffle going on. I believe that's only $1 a ticket for the Power Wheels raffle. That's going to be another one of the prizes that's given away through the course of the day. So, plenty of stuff to do as we await the start of the Power Wheels, the track. As we said, it's a self-cleaner, drying off pretty nice. I anticipate it's still really, really hard underneath there. You were out there talking with Steve Lane just a few minutes ago. Jason, what did you see out there on the track?
It's wet. It's definitely slippery. I think if this rain holds off, it should be a good track to run, though. But I believe if we get more rain, it's going to wind up being another Sunday.
Is it going deep into the surface at this point? Has it sunk in, or is it just on the top?
It's just starting to sink in.
Stepping
on it, you sink down a little bit, but it's not too bad right now.
So those compacts, the only thing those things are going to do is run on the track perfect for the V8s.
That's it.
It's just like a dirt track.
It's going to be ruts galore.
No way. The base in this track is so hard. It can tolerate a lot of water abuse.
Yeah. And like I said, it's pretty much surface mud. If before the big cars, they could do a couple scrapes, that might help it out. And like I said, and if the rain holds off, nobody will sink.
This place is always wet on this
Jason, we talked about this in the summer when we were here for the fair, about some of the places we go and how there's such a difference between some of the standalone shows that we go to that's a demolition derby built around, or something built around a demolition derby, versus the fairs. And more, the standalone event, someplace like Winter Slam in Garden City, Minnesota, that's held in February outdoors, it could be negative 20 degrees to do that, but they've managed to build an event, and they're doing the same thing here. Out there on the Midway, we don't just have the demolition derby going on the Midway. Obviously, there's you're expecting stuff: burgers, hot dogs, beer tent, and fries. But they've also got souvenirs for the kids. If they're looking to get a little restless and want to go take a walk, there's stuff out there for them to see. Souvenirs, stuff like lightsabers, things along those lines, available out there on the Midway. And they're also raffling off, and this is probably the coolest thing, somebody's going to leave with the opportunity to drive home a Ford Focus.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, events like this, when you have the fair going on, it's more about the fair atmosphere. These events are pure demolition derby. These brings out all the diehard fans, all the diehard drivers. You know, this is a good event for this area, because after the fair, this fairground kind of just sits alone. There's nothing goes on here. You know, it's kind of hard to have things with the weather we have. There's no cover over the bleachers and whatnot, but shows like this brings a little more money in the area. This is for the kids, and this is for the diehard fans and drivers.
Mm-hmm. We're going to be hanging out with Sarah Ross here in a little while. She's going to be doing the national anthem for us. 1 o'clock local time was the goal of our start. Right now we're at 1:07. Still haven't seen entry list come back from the pit to let you know who's running in what individual event and what our individualized game plan is for the course of the afternoon. Anxious to bring that stuff to you just as soon as we can. I heard Dan Scharf. I thought at one point he was moving down to the Carolinas, but I understand he's got a car here trying to run.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of guys that came hours away to run here. Again, they're just building a good show, and it should be great for everybody.
Got it. Dave Bongiovanni was listening. It was Al Kern that flipped Pat Osmond in the first edition of Lake Erie Rumble right here on the front stretch. It was an awesome hit. I heard it coming, and we had an in-car camera on Eric Remington's car, he got hit in the passenger doors, and it sent the door skin like all the way to the trainee tunnel. When I got the camera off of the car, I was able to stand on the floor of the car to reach the roof. But the camera, he had been hit and situated so that we could get an in-car angle on the track as that hit happened. It was so cool.
Right.
But
yeah, you'll get a lot of those nice hits. I mean, like I said, nobody goes out to intentionally hurt anybody, and it's all fun. You know, this is why we're here. We're here to wreck some cars and have a lot of fun.
How about you yourself? What are you working on?
Right now, I got my King's old school car, still 78 Lincoln. Been ran 3 times. This will be the 4th. Unfortunately, I keep breaking axles on it. Hopefully, I got that figured out, and just gonna go out and have some fun today.
What was the problem?
I don't know. Taking good wheel shots. Things just happen.
That's one of the things that we talked about at the fair, and one of the things that you're going to see through the course of today is that the attention. The crosshairs are going to be trained on wheels, tires, and axles. As heavy as this track is, if you can put a good wheel shot, especially on the front of any of those new style of Fords or the Imperials, knock the steering out of it right away. And once you reduce that mobility, you can start picking away at the back end and breaking axles. It's not going to be hard to do because everybody here is so wide open. You get the points of those bumpers in on the wheels, it'll snap them like nothing. Now, do you run hobby stock axles in yours, or are you just running the stock Lincoln axles?
Well, I was running stock, but this year I went ahead and bought some gears. I got a Ford 9-inch, threw some gears in it. It'd be the first for me. I thought after Kings, when I was getting stuck in the middle, I kind of needed something to get myself out of my own way.
So you got a Ford 9-inch, you got gears for it, and that means that your next step will be like 41 spline hobby stock Mosers, right? No, maybe not.
I'm a stock guy. I like the old school shows. Like I said, that's what I grew up watching, all the old school guys. And I honestly think to be able to keep this sport alive, we're going to have to bring a little bit more of that back around.
Well, I think that's where the industry is trending now. I mean, you saw how heavy things had gotten at a big national show like Metal Mayhem. The last couple of years, they've backed it down. Ultimate Derby, who runs Blizzard Bash, one of the sponsors of the Crash Course podcast, they run indoors at the Kansas Expo Center for 4 days, and their cars that they build for that will run all 4 days. It's a team format. They got 20-ton porta powers coming in the pits to straighten frame rails.
Right.
You know, Kenny Rosno with his metric Cadillac, he had to straighten the frame rails on it. He wasn't the only guy that had to do it.
Right.
But even that show and those rules, they've begun backing down again. After when we first went out there in 2013, in November 2013, those cars had built up to a point where they were just exceedingly hard, and guys were getting hit so hard when they went nose to nose, they were knocking themselves out.
Right.
So they've even begun to back down and come back down to that limited weld plateau, and things are holding up well for them. They've got great response on the rules, and Metal Mayhem even going more stock yet than that last couple of years, and they've been drawing very strong in their own right around here regionally. Caledonia Crash and Jam Festival, the Livingston County Fair eliminated their Demolition Derby, elected to have a standalone show, and had rather detuned rules from what Heavy Hitting Productions had in some of their heydays when they were having the Metal Destruction show over in Cuba, New York. That they've backed down off of that, and they reaped the benefits.
Right.
They had a
That's
great car
why
count.
if you look back in the past, all the cars were stock, and you had heats lasting a long time. I mean, it's got to be more about the driver. Nobody, not bashing any shows, but nobody wants to watch a show where the heat's running for an hour and a half. That's not fun for anybody. I can't imagine it's too fun for the drivers. You bring it back a little more stock. I can understand the welding, the bumpers, and things like that, make the cars last a little longer. But for the younger generation coming up, there has to be something that is more affordable, because our area, you can't really afford to go down south and pick up a car, haul it back, and then put the money that you need to into it. So I think bringing it back a little more stock shows, it'll be good for everybody.
When are you gonna when are we gonna see you out again? You got any plans for anything else this the postseason or early 2017?
No, I'm shutting it down after this show, and just see where I'm at, see what kind of cars I got, what I got left, and I have a 12-year-old that's ready to run the youth class, so he's ready to get out there. And like I said, my 3-year-old is raring to get at it, so I'm trying to back out of it, but I'm sure these guys aren't going to let me.
So the 12-year-old's dying to get into a youth car. Maybe that's the guy next fall when we get back in.
Possibly. He wants to help Dad build, and he'll get in it.
Have you taught him how to run the welder yet?
No, I can't even get him to the garage.
He wants to build, but he won't go to the garage.
Right. That's why we're not out here today.
That sounds like the Josh Decker school of thought right there. It's like, I like to build, so I'll get people to build it for me. I'll just show up with a helmet and be a hero, right?
Well, you got to learn. You got to learn. You got to start somewhere. There's if your kid wants to get into it, there's plenty of things that they can do. You can get in, strip the molding, pull off the plastic, all those small things. There's always something they can do to get into it, get them started. And I think once they get more involved, then they'll be like, hey, this is fun. I can do more. I want to do more.
How many runs, I guess? Because I know you'd have to lie to me about the money, because if anybody that you're close to at home actually knew how much you spent on Demolition Derby cars, you'd be in some real trouble once we shut the microphones off. So at least how many runs?
Right there.
So without telling me how much you've actually spent on the lessons, how many runs did you have to go through until you got to a point where you felt comfortable in the build and get the education to the point where you are and you're building Lincolns like you do?
It took years, honestly, and I'm still learning. I don't think you can ever learn enough. But once you start doing it yourself, it probably took me 10 or so years to really figure out, all right, I can do this, I can do that, and then I can do it my way. Then you can step back and say, you know what, I did that. I built that car. You get help from your friends and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's your build. It's how you wanted to do it.
Right. So, wishing no ill on you, but let's say something happened, you weren't able to drive anymore, make decisions for yourself, and your friend up here in the stands decided that she was going to sell all your Derby stuff for what you told her that you paid for it.
We'd probably be broke.
Yeah. She's shaking her head. I saw Bill Miller just walking through. Bill making the drive in all the way from Penn, New York to come and take in the show. Good to see him supporting a good cause. Again, the 50-50 and all the events you see here today are geared towards helping your own. The money that is raised here through the course of the day here at the Lake Erie Rumble is going to stay right here in Western New York. The Variety Club doing a great job. It's increasing awareness, helping raise money, and great that our celebrity child here tonight, Morgan, intermission since the 30th of October. Good to see her. She's out helping do with a 50-50 raffle. She's going to have a busy afternoon in front of her because there's plenty of stuff to do.
Yeah. It's good that this is for the kids, and I'm glad she's doing great. And hopefully this can help some other kids. should be kind of wrapping it up back there. I hope there's about 20 cars left out there.
Bob's over at the back gate. I don't have a radio or anything to communicate with.
This kind of. Anxious.
Well, I think everybody is. You know, we're running a little bit behind. That rain shower that came through, it certainly did a little bit of threw a little bit of a wrench in the plans for what they had planned on doing out there. I know there was a couple cars that were still in the trailers. We talked about Tori Mustarella. We talked about a couple of the Elman cars. Todd Elman was supposed to be here, and they put a rule in place, and I'm sure as a driver you can appreciate where they're coming from with this. The driver has to take the car through tech inspection, nobody else.
Right.
Because that gets rid of the whole thing, I'm just bringing the car through tech inspection. I can't say anything about what or wasn't done to this car.
Right.
If you're driving it, you know what was done to it front to back. So I like that check and balance that's been put into place. And again, this is the first time through for Bob Head being in charge of Lake Erie Rumble. And I believe this is the first time he has been in charge as a promoter of any Demolition Derby. He's been active in Demolition Derby forever out in this neck of the woods, serving as the head tech inspector for the last several years under Rick Coarco at the Chautauqua County Fair. Here now he's going to be in charge of the fair next July, and this is sort of the test run for him. He's worked closely with Dave Bongiovanni in years past at the Lake Erie Rumble. Good group of flaggers that are going to be here, good group of tech inspectors, so I anticipate things might be a little bit delayed because they were catching the stuff that they weren't supposed to find, you know?
Right. And that rain definitely hurt a little bit, and right now I guess we're trying to beat the rain also.
Yep.
But, there's going to be training wheels for Bob, and hopefully, he'll put a good crew around him and make a set of rules or whatever he wants to do to benefit everybody, and this can turn into a bigger, better show.
Well, what do you like to, I mean, you said a couple times that you're a stock guy. We've seen the conversation that raged for days on Facebook a little bit when the announcement came out that Bob Head was going to be taking over the fair, which I'm in support of the move. A lot of people were advocating for change. Bob's a very versed guy in Demolition Derby. He has the potential to turn things around, and the first thing he asked was some input on what to do with the rules. As a builder, what do you want to see? You've talked about being a stock guy. I don't know if you can take the driver pool that you have here and just flip the switch and say we're going chain and go now with all the cars that are left over.
No, you have to make a set of rules for everybody, and ultimately it comes down to different classes. You're going to have your stock classes. You're going to have your weld classes. I just don't think you can overboard with the full engine cradles and the protectors, the brace rear ends. A lot of people in this community can't afford that type of stuff, and honestly, you shouldn't have to. This is for fun. This is to go out and wreck some cars, and I understand saving your cars. You want to run your cars again, but we're here to smash some cars.
Right. Knowing the community like this, I've seen a lot of skilled builders. You've seen a lot of home built stuff. If those stay in place, instead of having to go and buy aftermarket, the guys here certainly have the ability and the know-how to build it. Is it just a matter that they don't want to build their own protectors, build their own braces?
A lot of guys don't have time. There's work, there's families, kids, sports. I think a lot of it boils down to time and also money. I mean, none of this aftermarket stuff is cheap.
Right.
And
you still have to buy the materials to buy it.
Right.
If you're, buy the materials to build it if you're going to build your own.
And this area is known for demo. So, oxygen, acetylene, welding, materials, everything costs. And the more it grows, the more materials are going to go up.
We're still waiting official word from Trackside on what the order of events are going to be. Again, we want to walk you through what you're going to see, set the table so that we know what our menu events are going to be. We're going to open things up with the Power Wheels, which we've got evidence of that on the track already as we see one of our final Power Wheels entries making their way onto the track. I think is that Pete?
That's Pete and Keith.
They got out of compacts and went to Power Wheels, huh?
Yeah. Maybe get 1 foot in.
So anyway, Todd Hellman, he's going to be stuck at the shop until noon. So his car was sitting out in the pit area. Couldn't even get his car through tech inspection until he got here himself. So still waiting for Todd to get here as he wanders up into the grandstands right behind you. So apparently, given that he is in the grandstands, his car is already through, and we're going to see him in action. But that builds back on what we were talking about a minute ago about the driver has to bring the car through tech inspection. Todd's a guy, much as a lot of these guys that guys and gals that drive derbies out here. they got jobs that make them work Saturdays. They might have to work until noon or so before they can get here. So that might have been one of the things that set them back a little bit out there as well. It's no cause for alarm. I know everybody's anxious to get this thing going. I'm anxious to get it going. We drove about 4 hours this morning. Drove about 3 hours this morning to get here, and got a little bit of a delay that pushed it a little bit longer with some of the rain on the side of the road. But nonetheless, we made it here. Excited to be here alongside all the folks here in the grandstands, the folks with the Variety Club, and all the folks that are watching at home online. Tons of people tuning in at home, anxious to get this thing underway as well.
Yeah, it's like I said, we had a little bit of rain delay. I think it's past us now. Everybody's here to have fun. Let's get it started, and let's start crunching some metal.
I'm looking over here as these clouds are sailing by, and I was immediately taken back to Sunday at the fair when I watched this, and a couple of the drivers were hanging out up here. Eric Rimmond up here, he's like, it's not going to rain. Unless it comes off, it's not going to rain. I watched the clouds do this exact thing, just sailing onto the city, and all of a sudden, a huge, it stopped.
It
hit the
let
brakes, cut loose. Rain everywhere. I had a bag that had 3 cameras in it that we moved underneath the grandstand that was full of the top with water. It flooded all the cameras. The snap camera was junk, everything. But water under the bridge, if you will, or if you won't. You want to go grab it?
Sure.
You take off. Yeah. Always good to see you.
Chris,
thanks for hanging out for a little
Thank
while.
you. Appreciate everything you do for us.
You bet.
It's good having you out here.
Anytime. Happy to be
Thanks.
here.
Where do you register the little power wheels at?
They were doing it at that table. Hang on 1 second. They Joining us here at the table, sporting proudly his Fredonia Blue Devils colors, Paul Cambria. Paul, man, welcome. First of all, thanks a lot for being part of this show and helping make this thing possible every year. As you just said, man, it seems to rain every year, but nonetheless, the people turn out and is gaining more momentum, and it's a show that really needs to be here in this part of New York.
Well, you know, I grew up in Fredonia. I moved away from here quite a few years back, But I knew that all the people in Fredonia are intrepid. They love demolition derbies. I remember them coming to this fair as a kid. And so I thought it'd be a great idea as a fundraiser for Variety. And as you all know, we do the telethon every year on Channel 7. This year it's going to be April 2nd. And we certainly hope everybody would call in and donate. Telethon's been going on for 54 years. And all the proceeds from this event today will be donated to the telethon, which will be helping sick and injured children, as we've been doing for so many years. So this is a great event. It's amazing how the fans show up, and it rains every year. I think last year was the first time that we didn't have a lot of rain. But we're going to get a window today, according to the weatherman, so we should be in good shape. And I heard we had like 200 cars here today. It's amazing.
Turnout has been very strong back there in the pits. So trying to get everything wrapped up over there at Tech Inspection. I think they were a little surprised at the turnout when they were trying to get everybody through.
Well, you know, I mean, we tried to make it a purse worthwhile so that at the end of the year, after all the races were over, this would be kind of the final one. And it really worked out, as you can see. We're hoping to fill these stands one of these years all the way to the top. And so we can raise a lot of money for Children's Hospital. But thank everybody for coming, that's for sure. We're going to hope there's no rain today.
So where'd you move to after you left?
Well,
Fredonia?
I lived in Fredonia on Cottage Street for many years. And my father had the Acme Top and Body Shop at the bottom of West Hill, the car repair shop for many years. And then I moved to Buffalo. And from Buffalo, I moved to Clarence, and my residence is in Clarence, but I do work in Buffalo.
You ever clammed in a derby car?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have. Now, my wife and I are drag racers. We travel all over the country racing NHRA-sanctioned drag racing with factory-built Camaros, if you can imagine that. The one that I drive goes about 170 and a quarter mile, and the one my wife drives is about 140 and a quarter miles, so they're serious cars.
What class in the NHRA is that?
Well, she runs a factory stock factory shootout class, FSC, and I run double B, super stock double B.
Are you familiar at all with John Pelican?
No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, there's so many people into racing, but I'm not familiar with him.
John is an NHRA guy. He won the National Sportsman Championship. He's got a fiberglass body Corvette Roadster that he runs out of the Livonia area, and he was in Las Vegas for the national awards. He's got a couple Wallies to his credit, and tomorrow he is going to be involved with the 990 event that's being held
he's a
at
super
Leicester
gas,
Speedway.
super gas car.
Yeah,
super gas. Well, that's fantastic. You know, we have a lot of great racers in Western New York. Some of the older people here might remember when we had a drag strip at the Dunkirk airport.
Really?
And it's really too bad that that's not back where it was. It was very, very popular, and it's too bad the airport's there. It could happen again, and we need a quarter-mile track locally. We only have an eighth mile in Lancaster.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that in Leicester, New York, it's a quarter mile there. But we could use Dunkirk fired up again. I know the Nalbones used to own the airport. I don't know who owns it now, but they should fire it up again as a quarter-mile drag strip.
There was a drag strip at the airport, or the drag strip was eliminated to make room for the airport?
In Dunkirk, it was right at the Dunkirk airport.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I remember as a very young boy, everybody had all their Fords and Chevys out there, and they were drag racing. It was a lot of fun. I see the sun. The sun's out.
Starting to poke through a little bit.
That'll be good. Today should be fun. It was a lot of fun last year, that's for sure. So we're hoping it is today. Everybody's fired up here. 50-50 tickets. Did the people walking through with the 50-50s? I haven't seen them. I hope they're around.
They're down there
Are they
right
over
now,
there?
making their way through the grandstands.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
One
Perfect.
for $1.
Oh, yeah, I see her.
One for $1, 10 tickets for $5, and an arm's length for 10. All the proceeds going to the Children's Hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. As I say, Variety is a worldwide organization, and Buffalo has the number 7 tent. Number 1 tent started in Pittsburgh, and then they went across the country, and Buffalo has number 7. But they're all around the world now. And we have one of the strongest tents and the only telethon left, actually, in the United States.
Wow. And that's scheduled for the 2nd of April.
Yeah, April 2nd. We moved it from the Adams Mark Hotel to the casino in Niagara Falls. And so we're pretty excited about that. And we hope that, and people can come and see us on April 2nd. We have the money, the proceeds from this race, the guys will bring onto the telethon and deposit it, and we'll interview them and talk about the race a little bit and so on. So it'll be fun.
Sounds good to me. We see a couple of our tow vehicles now starting to make their way from the inspection area to the edge of the track to get ready for that. A couple more of our Power Wheels drivers starting to congregate down here front and center. Still waiting for our officials to make their way over. So
I see we got the kids here again this year. That's great.
There's going to be a youth
There's
division.
no extra batteries in there, are there? We're the tech guys.
Oh, 1 year we were down. There was a show here, and then 1 year we were down in Virginia for a Power Wheels show, and one of the parents, particularly industrious parent, had rigged the setup to run on a motorcycle battery.
We saw that, and unfortunately, the kid was disqualified. It's not his fault, and really, the dad shouldn't have done that. That was not a good thing. I'm looking around to see if anybody's here I graduated from high school with. I might recognize a person or two as we go along. I don't know. Usually somebody shows up.
Everybody's still down there filling out raffle tickets to win that 2016 Ford Focus.
Yeah, isn't that great? Each year we have this raffle for $1. You can win a brand new car or take $10,000 in cash. And it's funny, the last 2 years in a row, the person who won the car actually needed a car. I mean, like their car died that week, and they won the car. Talk about, good luck.
Things have a way of working out.
This year we're doing great. We have a Ford Focus. The Basil Group, we got the car from them, and we've sold lots of tickets. Leah Razor's out there selling the tickets out front. And like I say, it's $1 and you can win a new car. How can you go wrong?
We were talking with Jason a little bit earlier about the Power Wheels, and talking with Steve Lanen about the Power Wheels as well. That's being raffled off here, right in front. Another real simple, easy raffle, affordable. Get in on it for a couple bucks, and the Power Wheels could be coming home for you. It's going to be something they drive around the house for maybe a day, but then they're going to take that thing, pull it in the garage, and build it to be a Power Wheels derby car.
Yeah, for sure. I know my kids early on had Power Wheels. I have 6 daughters. Here's the last one right here. And they all had Power Wheels, had a lot of fun. It was a good time. Damn, we're getting good weather here. Time to roll. Oh, look at they're ready to rock and roll. Hey, Chris, I'll see you. I'll be back. Okay.
See you later. Make sure everything's up and ready to go. Steve Lane is right here.
It's going to be our next fundraiser at the
Eric Remington coming and hang out with us here for a few minutes as the Team Nasty Dogs ready to go out with a field of 4, right? You got 4 cars back there?
Yeah. 4.
4.
4.
You've been building them for so long you've lost count?
Yes. Yes.
So how did everything go? You got the Oldsmobile, and is it here go through tech smooth, no problems?
No problems. Had to take a couple wheel weights off.
Really?
In the downpouring rain.
Well, it's better than having to cut, right?
Yes. I didn't want to cut nothing.
How did tech go? I mean, first time through for a couple of the guys back there. Some of them, this is old hat. They got a pretty straightforward set of rules for this show. Everything go pretty smooth?
Yeah, I think it went real good. They looked like they were actually inspecting, and far cry from the fair.
Turning stuff away?
I've seen a lot of people cutting.
Yeah.
A lot of people cutting.
I have not got word on Eddie Wolfhanger or Tommy Dowd. Have you seen them
They're
back
in here.
there? They're here?
And Ken Swingle.
And Ken Swingle.
Yep.
Off the trailers or on the trailers?
In mine.
In line. Awesome. The list continues to get deeper. I mean, when this show started, it was sort of something that was just a cleanup show and a fundraiser for the folks in this area, but slowly word has gotten around about what Dunkirk's all about. Everybody had a chance to see what the fair was like, and it has drawn some folks back. It's drawn some folks from out of town. If I understand correctly, Dustin Ingram was trying to put a car together. I don't know if he's made it here yet, but he and Jimmy
he's here
Biggs
too.
were both making their return to Dunkirk to come and compete. You know, you anxious to get a hold of Dustin's car?
No, he's not in our heat.
Oh, he's not in your heat.
He's there. I think they're in the 80s and newer.
Okay.
Or in the chain and go. Not a lot of cars.
Hey. How about the compacts? Do you have a chance to look at any of them?
No, I don't look at them. No, I did. I seen a few of them come through, and some nice looking cars.
Is there anybody here that's going to be able to unseat that trio of Tom Henderson, Dave King, and Brian Gonzalez?
Probably not.
They're going to have to work together.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Go out there with a game
Some guys
plan.
are hard to beat.
Excellent drivers. How about Al McNeil? Al McNeil's got a car back there.
Yep. Yeah. As much as he talked, thinking he might go on his lid tonight. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Don't tell him.
Wow, James Baker checking in from Gillette, Wyoming. James, man, you got to get out here sometime. Check it out. Just handed this flyer. Some more stuff that's hanging out here. Another one of the events that the Viary kids that will be benefiting from. This is the 10th annual Halloween Bash. It's Buffalo's biggest event. October the 29th is the game plan. Doors open at 6 o'clock. It happens at the Connecticut Street Armory. $20 for pre-sale tickets, $25 at the door. Tickets are sold on Ticketmaster.com, Variety Club box office, or by phone at 854-7577. Entertainment provided by Primary Alternative and Tiger Chung Lee. Food, full bar, parking available at the Duville College Lot C and C2. $2,500 grand prize for the best costume. $250 prize for the best Hillary Clinton. $250 prize for the best Donald Trump. All proceeds donated to the Variety Kids Telethon. Sponsors making the Halloween Bash possible include 1033 The Edge, Paratrooper Army Navy, Buffalo, La Nova, Cerdo Brothers, Tread City Tire, Pepsi, and Channel 7, our local ABC affiliate. All right, we're waiting for all the Power Wheels participants. Start bringing them up to the track. Power Wheels drivers, start bringing them up to the track. We're going to be going live with that in probably about 5 minutes. So Steve Landon, trackside, just make sure that you're up to speed with me. About 5 minutes, we're going to have the Power Wheels up and underway. Game plan after that, we're going to let them run for a little bit, and then we will be moving into the motorized portion of tonight's action. Had a chance to hang out a little bit with Jason up here for a little while, and we were reminiscing about the time that you had your Imperial and the door got shoved to the tranny tunnel. You were able to stand on the floor to take the camera off of it.
Yes. Yep, that was fun. That hurt, actually. Still got a scar on my upper shoulder from it. From
What
the door.
cut you?
The door.
The car came. The door came that far across and got you in the shoulder.
Yep.
So are you? Just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, then you're in the same group with like Jesse Kunkel and Steve.
Yes.
Is Steve gonna get straight run over or what?
I don't know.
I feel like you know more than you're telling me.
I don't know nothing.
Don't know nothing. Well, it looks like we are moving closer and closer to the official start of the 2016 Lake Erie Rumble. We're going to be having Sarah Ross come and join us here in a moment to sing the national anthem. Again, the game plan is to go live. We got about 3 minutes, 3 minutes for the Power Wheel cars to get them down here on the front stretch.
I just want to say real quick thank you to Nickel Plate Depot in Brockton. They sponsored my car this year. My brother, Kem Dry, sponsored me. Rocking some stickers from you.
Oh, your Chem Dry decals are on the front seat of my van.
Those are for Scott, 2-speed.
Well, for whoever. I'll make sure you guys get those.
Okay.
I picked them up yesterday at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that was a last-minute decision.
That was a last-minute decision. You guys are typically pretty good at waiting to the last minute to tell me that you need 40 feet worth of vinyl, but this was late even by your standards.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I mean, it was done. Who cares?
Yeah, they always are when we ask you.
We got them done. So again, looks like we're just about ready to get things going. Again, if you can hear it, you're within radio range. Power Wheel is going to be out here first on the line.
You on there? You on there?
All right, final countdown is in effect for all of our Power Wheels kids. Just about ready to get everything underway. So you won't necessarily, this isn't going to be run in traditional derby format. These kids usually they're given 10, 15 minutes to sort of go bomb around a little bit, get the feel for bouncing off each other, and then we'll call it. All of them are going to get a trophy and a goodie bag with Hot Wheels and some other goodies in it for each of the drivers that were registered. Looking to expand this a little bit for next year. One of the times we were out with the Power Wheels, we saw balloons put on the front and rear bumpers and both sides, and they ran it down elimination style just like a real demolition derby. Obviously, we didn't have the opportunity to put that in place, but it is something that Steve Lane said he would consider for next year as we look ahead to future iterations of the Lake Erie Rumble. One vehicle out there in the middle still doesn't have a driver. So with everybody that is tuning in at home, we want to give a big thank you out to all of our armed forces and all the folks in uniform serving around the world, helping keep us safe. And, of course, anybody here, I want to give a big thank you to them. If we could get Sarah over here to get ready to go with that. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please get a quick round of applause and thank you for all the folks in uniform that help keep us safe and let us enjoy the freedoms that we do. And now if you would all please rise and join me in removing your hat and recognizing our flag and country as Sarah Ross performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, so 5 minutes from right now, the drivers' meeting will begin in front of the cars, between the cars and the track. So look for our officials there in about 5 minutes. So looking about 1:55, we're going to be getting underway with that. And if everybody along the front stretch wall could please either find a seat or head down trackside so that we're out of the way, everybody from the grandstands will be able to see that way as well as we get ready to go with our Power Wheels. About ready to turn these kids loose. Another little bit of work being done on the hood of one. Finishing bolting the hood down on the Damage Inc. entry. As we see the trophies now making their way up to our announced position. Guys along the fence, you got to either make your way down onto the track if you would please, or find a seat in the grandstand so you're not blocking everything for the folks up behind us. Waiting for one more driver. Okay. I can, sure. Do you want me to keep it? Sure. Yep. Do you want to help me? You want to help me get this down real quick? Because we're still waiting on one kid, right? Oh, the kid's here. All right. Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need your help to get these kids underway. We are all set to go. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag over the Power Wheels. Gavin right here next to us in the bright green Jeep has a GoPro mounted to the roll bar on the back of his entry. Steve Lanon's boy in the bright green colors, black and green. It's tradition with Steve's crew. Gavin has left the building. Got to get him under control. He's gone way outside the park. We're just gonna collapse. Oh shoot, hang on. Walk this thing in. You should all be free. Grab that corner real quick. Order the move signs from you? Yeah, they're in my car. They're in your car? Yep, right over there. Well, whenever you have a free moment, I guess. I'll get them to you. Just give me a minute. You need them for right now?
No, we don't. We didn't even make brackets.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just gonna fuck. We were a rush to get shit done.
I see.
Never happy with the way a car comes out.
Just go, if you want, it's the silver silver minivan by the porta john over there. You want? I'll give you the keys. You go take them right in the middle of the back seat.
You want one rear?
Yeah, that's fine.
Say what, 140? It's a little wet. Chris, can I ask you one more favor?
Yeah.
You. Can you pick it?
Yeah, I'll do everything I can to help you out.
Can you pick them?
Yeah.
Everybody agreed that you'd be the best one to pick, because you wouldn't be favorites on any of you. Because one of the drivers' parents crossed it.
Oh, cool.
And he didn't want no part of being the.
Right on. I get that.
Can you do that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Mad dog, one that hits the best, you know?
Perfect.
I didn't see that.
There's for the other one.
Thank
Right
you.
in front of the.
Hell.
Where is it? Over by the.
Go to the hot dog stand on the infield.
You guys
There's
happy?
a silver Grand Caravan. It's got the crash course stickers in the back window. It's parked on a berm and nose down. Open the. You just unlock it. You'll be able to open up. They're sitting right in the middle of the back seat. Middle seats. All right.
One more thing, we're gonna take the compacts.
Okay.
Instead of 3 heats, we're gonna bring them down to 2.
2 heats.
We're gonna take it, stop it at the top 7.
Okay.
For the championship.
That'll work.
really hurt the numbers a lot.
I think it'll be okay. I mean, look. What?
We're over 100.
That's awesome.
But I was hoping for about 2 because and believe me, we don't know how to it shouldn't be, but we would have been so screwed up so long. I can't fight these guys. I really can't.
I understand that part.
We're hoping for a good show. So what we'll probably do is take compact blue. So we'll probably take like A and probably half a T.
It'll work.
I don't like this part of it.
A lot of logistics.
At least the weather's been decent right now.
I left that set up. We're gonna have to put it up fast as soon as that weather
Well,
comes
that's
back.
why, because I wanted to cut it down a bit to save time, so. Gotta get the driver's meeting going.
Yep.
Can you announce that we're gonna have one like they can leave?
They called drivers meeting 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, tell them we're doing it now down by that green.
Yeah. Drivers meeting's happening down at the Green Cadillac right now. Drivers head to the Green Cadillac. It's Jesse Kunkel's car.
My union sponsored that Power Wheels, Local 616. Okay. Firemen's Union. I don't know if you're making announcements and stuff, but they're gonna have raffle tickets for sale at intermission. They're $1 a piece. Okay. All proceeds. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
You
You're
bet.
the best.
Thank you. I want a big round of applause for our Power Wheels competitors. Gotcha. You bet. All right, now that we got caught up on a little bit of our bookkeeping, they are going to continue with the drivers' meeting. The first group due up is the youth cars. Leading the charge is going to be the Y01 of Richard Burgess from right here in Clymer. The M80, Johnny Skrock from Fredonia. Bradley Jones going to be out there as well. Jared Glowiniak in the Y88. The Y95 is Josh Wills. Riley Bench is going to be in the Y42, the 37. Dylan Clemens from Fredonia. Mackenzie Ryan is going to be in the Y65. The 23 is Hannah Ellman. Matthew Charles in the C4. Y77 is Alex Pollock. The Y02, Matt King. Caitlin Lawton is going to be in the 03. The 54 is going to be Wyatt Pensick. Jordan Crowfoot in the 04. And the 911, Donovan Athorpe. The Power Wheels raffle going to be conducted primarily during our intermission, but tickets will be available. It's only $1. That was donated by Hank Pensick's Firefighters Union, Local 616. And awesome move. All the money goes right back into Lake Erie Rumble, basically goes back into the Variety Kids program. As we see Steve Lanen out there to gather the last bits of what was left of our Power Wheels Derby. Looking for the kids to make their way out here. Again, out there on the midway. Beer tent is open. Hot dogs, hamburgers, plenty of food, and a chance to win a 2016 Ford Focus. All that going on out there on the midway as our stands continue to fill here trackside, waiting for that drivers' meeting to wrap up. Still going over some of their final details to make sure that everybody's all on the same page as we move towards it. The compact class was initially broken up into 3 divisions, 45 compact entries scheduled to appear, but we're going to run that in 2 individual qualifying heats, run it down to the last 10 or so, and then from there we'll see those cars into a feature that we'll see a little bit later on. A lot of divisions here in action. We've got the modified class, which is going to be kind of what you're accustomed to seeing run during the championship program in the full-size division during the fair. We've got the limited weld. We've got the chain and go, youth class, compacts. We've also got a couple 3-4 truck entries that have made their way out for the day. So pretty good afternoon of action, but we've got to kind of get the ball rolling here before too long because there is weather in the area. As nice as it is right now, I don't want to get into a situation where we get poured on again a little bit later on. Nah, it's just the youth cars. So as you can see, drivers' meeting is still going on. We'll get out here with the youth cars just as soon as they conclude. Drivers meeting breaking up right now. If you look over there, and we are ready to get things underway. Going to open things up with our youth division. You hear the cars already firing up. Youth cars will be the first order of business. After much delay, an official welcome to the Lake Erie Rumble as we're ready to move into the actual engine-powered vehicles here. The Power Wheels already done and out of the way. Power Wheels, the kids seem like they had a pretty good time working with Steve Lehnen. They got all their goodie bags, and now they are ready to watch their moms, dads, aunts, uncles do battle out here in the Lake Erie Rumble. Everybody at home asking why there was long periods of silence periodically. It's because I had the microphones muted to take care of some of the stuff here trackside. Here, the rumble of four-cylinder motors just about ready to get things going. Let's start seeing some cars out here. Officials getting ready to make their way out around the perimeter of the track. It was up. They complained.
Again? Looks like it may rain again. Just as a
If yeah, it's right there. It's all set up. I mean, I'm not.
put it up, man.
Huh?
Put it up.
It's
Put it up and put it down.
We already got a plan. It's a matter of just stretching the thing out and up it goes, so it'll be able to get covered, and then once it's covered, we can pop it the rest of the way.
Alright.
Yep, we're good.
If I see it rain, you start to do that, I'll help you out.
All right. Bobhead takes his post in the center of the track, ready to get this one going. Here comes Richard Burgess in the number 01. Bradley Jones from Dunkirk in the number 66, scheduled to appear. The M80, Donnie Strock from Fredonia. Jared Glowniak from Dunkirk in the Y88. The number 95 is Josh Willis. Riley Bent in the number 42. Yeah, do that. Just let me know what you think. Just pick one. Number 66, here comes Bradley Jones, next in line. Again, youth division going to be run one and done. Pretty much everything that we see through the course of the day is going to be one and done, except for the compacts, which are going to be run with the split preliminaries with a main event coming up after that. Again, picking up where we left off, Dylan Clemens, the number 37, the 65, Mackenzie Ryan. Also out there, Hannah Ellman is going to be in the number 23, Matthew Charles in the number C4, Alex Palak in the number Y77. There's Jared in the number 88. Herbie Lovebug type colors on that Lumina for him. The number 77, Alex Palak from Dunkirk. Matt King is in the Y02. The Y03 is Caitlin Lawton. The number 54 is Wyatt Pensek. Jordan Crowfoot is in the number Y04. And Donovan Athorpe in the number Y911. Number 95, Josh Wills. It's the second Taurus wagon that we've seen pull out here. Two W bodies, two Taurus wagons. Hannah Ellman in the number 23 pulling out. That's the bright blue colors. And then the red, white, and blue of the Can-Do, number 77. Alex Palak, the 102, another W body pulling out. Matt King, mile 3, Caitlin Lawton in a Pontiac Grand Prix. Kelly McCurdy checking in from Lawrence, Kansas. Hey, Kelly. Here comes Donovan in the 911. September 11th tribute car. American flags flying proudly overhead. '16's car is scheduled to go off in the youth division. 911 best man? 911, okay. And our judge trackside determined that Donovan Anthorpe is the best appearing car in the 911 tribute car, so he'll get a trophy for best appearing paint. Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been hanging out here together for a little while. Ryan Hale checking in from home. Who's ready to see some cars get bent? With all those people, I thought you could make more noise than that. Come on, people. Who's ready to see some cars get bent? All right. Well, appreciate all you guys and your patience. We're going to promise you a good show here. We're just going to try and race the reins. So hopefully they keep the hammer down. They move this thing right along as we get those flags taken off of the roof of our best appearing car so that we don't accidentally disgrace our flag. And we'll get this thing turned loose. All of our tow vehicles now taking their position. We've got a good fleet of those. So it looks like we'll be able to clear the track fairly quickly. Bob Head making his way across the track to his new perch here on the front stretch. And this is where we're going to rely on some of your assistance. You have to give us a hand in counting them down, looking around to make sure that we have the all clear from our tech officials. You good? Sticks are up all the way around the track. We're all set to go. Ladies and gentlemen, help me out if you would. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Not shy. At the far end of the track, we have the number 80 of Johnny Strock stuck high atop the blocks. We're going to have a quick red flag here for a fire situation under the hood of the pallet car. Lost a handful of our competitors here in the early going. Jared Glowiniak doing a great job in that Y88, really delivering some pretty serious blows. The number 911 laboring right front tire is down on that number 88. Palak in the number 77 was doing a pretty good job. We see the right rear corner has pulled apart on what I believe is the King car, Matt King's Y02. Can't get a good read on the number of that one. See a number of competitors exiting the Y04, throwing in the towel, all done. That is Jordan Crowfoot. The Y03 also exiting her car. Caton Lawton. Giant roof sign out there. Still can't read it. The number 23. Still running and moving on the track. That's Hannah Ellman in the number 23. The officials again trying to tend to the fires. We see Eddie Pellick, a past winner here in Dunkirk, checking under the hood, make sure the wrong things don't reignite or get hit with that extinguisher. That chem powder that comes out of there, especially on the V8s that are carbureted, they suck that stuff down inside, and it's murder on the valve train, especially when it gets down into the cylinder walls.
Can you make an announcement? The police want the kids back in case of.
Yep, and just want to make sure everybody's aware of it. No one is supposed to be on the fence. It's reserved for officials only. So anybody, regardless of where you are in relation to the action on the track, you have to be off the fence. So all you spectators that were congregating down along the green, you got to get back to your seats, please. See the number M80, Johnny Skrock, trying to get off of that block. Got put up there by the number 88 of Jared Glowniak. And I thought maybe the 88 was going to go back after him one more time, but try and flip him over, finish the job, but didn't do it. Flat right front tire, get compacts, are all front wheel drive, so once those tires go down, then run risk of being hung right where they sit if the bead breaks loose. Pretty aggressive set of tires on the front of Palak's number 77. As we watch for official word to be given that we can return to action. Again, plenty of stuff to do down on the midway. If you're hungry, hit that place up. There's burgers, hot dogs, beer tent, and also stop by and see the folks that are raffling off that 2016 Ford Focus. Green flags are up most of the way around the track, waiting for Bob Head to make his determination if we are all clear. Short countdown is going to turn him back loose. Looks like we're all set to go. Help me out. 3, 2, 1, and go. Left front tire pitching in bad on the Palak number 77. There's a good look at it as he comes right along the front stretch in danger of losing the drive on that left side. And that would pretty much disable that car right where he sits. So monitoring that one closely as he lines up another full track shot. Not 100% sure. He does have steering left. Delivers a good wheel shot on the number M80 who's gotten off of the block and back into the mix. Johnny Schrock in that M80. The Elman car looking pretty clean. Here comes Palak again one more time, had his hands out the window, tried to get it mowed down, slid into the driver's side, and we've got a red flag out. More attrition under this red flag as we see the number 77. Palick exit his car and the number 88 Glowniak exiting their car. We still have the C4, Matthew Charles out there on track. The number 37, Dylan Clements, still on course. The Elman number 23 out there. A lot of second and third generation drivers out here in this youth heat. We're getting down to it. Checking them around the perimeter. Looks like we're just about ready to go. Green flag back out. Short countdown. 3, 2, 1, and go. Everybody kind of congregated now down at the far end of the track. We have another red flag. One of our officials saw something he didn't like, running over to double checking a fuel tank, it looks like. Fuel tank's broken loose. It's going to end the night for the number M80. Everybody applauding Johnny as he exits the car. Just about ready to go. 3, 2, 1, green flag. Looks like we are about down to our last 6. We still have the 23 of Elman. Good to see the Spaz Jr. boldly painted on the hood of the Headhunter number 23. Number 37 out there as well. That's Dylan Clemens. Got both of the Taurus wagons still out there running and moving. The number 95 is Josh Wilson. There is the number 01 of Richard Burgess. Y43 laboring. couple cars laboring mightily out there. You see problems for the number 911 of Donovan Athorpe and that number 911. Also the 142 having some problems out there on track. Been fighting that for a good portion of the event. That's Riley Bent from Fredonia in the red car with the star on the doors. It's number 142. Y01 breaks the stick down. All done. Going in the book as 6 plays. Richard Burgess from Clymer. Wagon gave it up the ghost. Got to be close to getting out of time. Oh, never mind that. Moving in. Y911 limping down, making qualifying contact. The number 95 out of the near racing garage. I think Paulinier is riding shotgun in that number 95. Goes down, makes a hit. Right now looking like the most mobile of the 5 cars remaining. Riley Bent's trying to keep it moving. You hear a lot of working the throttle pretty hard. A little bit of a backfire now out of it. The 911 of Donovan Athorpe trying to work his way free. So he's shot by the near number 95. Excuse me, not the near number 95. Will's number 95. Putting a lick on the number 23 of Elman. Problems going from bad to worse for Donovan in the number 911. Knows we get to push back quite a ways. Core support leaned back over. Steam pouring from the engine opening. Problems also for the number one Y42, which is Riley Bentz. Got to be getting pretty close out of time. Yep, and the shot clock expired. Oh, the stick's broken down on the number 42, but so still trying to keep the thing moving. Not sure if they still have time left or not, but got to be pretty close to going out and leaving us down with our 4 cars all knotted right together. So the number 911 had been counting out Donovan Anthorpe, all done. The number 95 also looks like they are just about out of time. Number 95 of Josh Willis. So at this point, the last 2 running qualifying cars are the number 37, who is hung up on the bumper, stuck in the headlight of the disabled Richard Burgess entry. Right now, the Elman 23 contingent just waited out, trying to get himself free. Time has expired. see Hannah Ellman gets the helmet off. Good win for Hannah Ellman. She's got it off. The motors are shut down. Second place unofficially going to Dylan Clemens, the number 37. Third place, again, all based on unofficial scoring, will be the number 95 of Josh Wills. The number 911 had been counted out just prior to that. So excellent run for all those youth division drivers. Cars quickly, pull-off vehicles quickly pulling onto the track to go to work to get the 15-16 youth division cars back off to the pit area so we can come out with our next round of action. Just a reminder to everybody, a couple raffles that are going on through the course of the day. First and foremost, there's some activity out there on the midway. Stop down, see all the fine folks that are running the food booth. Burgers, hot dogs, beer tent is open. Say hi to those guys. You can also I'll get it.
9/11? Yeah. Sorry.
Alrighty, you meet me over
You're good. Yep.
All right, picking up where we left off, be sure to say hi to the folks out there that are also raffling off that 2016 Ford Focus. It's a pretty sweet raffle that's going on out there, working with the folks from the Basil Automotive Group. Also out in front, you can track down some information on the Power Wheels raffle car that was donated by Local 616, one of the local fire department unions, raffling off the Power Wheels out there as well, working through the grandstand of the folks doing the 50-50. Morgan, our celebrity child, who's representing all the kids of Chautauqua County that have been helped by the Children's Hospital. She's been in remission from cancer since the 30th of October. Congratulations to her. The 50-50 goes to help kids like Morgan. If you donate money there, you're buying a ticket, you're helping one of your own. One ticket for $1, 10 tickets for $5, and arm's length is for 10, and all the proceeds go to the Children's Hospital. Again, this entire show goes towards helping the telethon and the Variety Kids. Well, they're going to be making a donation from this event at the telethon, depositing that money directly into the bank account for the Variety Group. And ultimately that money is going to be donated out to area folks in need. And most of that money is going to stay right here in Western New York at the Children's Hospital of Buffalo. So best paint goes to the number 911, Jordan Athorpe. First place goes home with Hannah Ellman, number 23. Second place, the number 37. 37, Dylan Clemens. And third place, the number 95 of Josh Wills. Also, one of the parents has donated, of the youth division, has donated a Mad Dog Award trophy, and I think number 88 did a pretty nice job out there. The Glownyak entry, Jared Glownyak, going to come away with the Heavy Hitter Award for the youth division. So congratulations if he wants to come up here and claim his trophy. Quickly getting this track cleared off. We'll get it turned over and ready for the next round here in just a few moments. You doing compacts? Do up next, we got a couple truck entries. We're going to run them off next. Then we're going to move into, looks like the qualifying rounds for the small cars, 2 flights of those. Dan Colop is going to be in the number 1, Jared Israel from Lockport in the number 2. Jason Jacobitz in the number 3, if all 3 trucks make it to the track. We're trying to hand out some hardware. Then we'll be able to move into our truck program. Track getting cleaned off quick. There's our heavy hitter award winner, Jared Lewiniak, in the number 88, pulling it off the track. Flat right front tire for him. Going to narrow up the track a little bit for the trucks. So don't want to get them too out of control as we welcome them back to the Lake Erie Rumble card. There's some back and forth on whether the trucks would or wouldn't be part of the card, but we got a couple of them. Got to give them a chance to build up some experience with the trucks, and we'll go from there. What's new? Oh, yeah.
The weather can make its mind up.
God. If it rains again, we're in trouble.
What's that?
If thunder comes through, we're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, me and Maletsko, Mikey told me if it starts to shit on you, don't move. We'll run down and throw that over you real quick.
All right, great. Thank you.
Then when it turns into a typhoon, then you just got to give us instructions because.
Yeah. We'll do what we can. I got this folded over, so we should be safe there. I mean,
Cool.
everything's pretty tight where it needs to be.
Well, trucks are now.
Trucks are not.
I always said this. I went to college down in Alfred. You got Allegheny County.
Yeah.
People are still driving on the road.
Driving what?
Trucks. You know, I'm trying to find someone to sell your truck. When some painter can run around town for 10 years with a $500 truck, you know?
They done?
Is Dodge behind you? I've seen worse going down the road.
You should see some of Dan Bolton's. He got the full frame. He got the full frame 2008 2500 crew kit, high perform frame. Wow. It was manimal. It was awesome. It was so clean. So clean.
Yeah.
We got Dan Colop and we got Justin Israel. I don't see Jason anywhere yet. Looks like we're just about ready to go with the trucks. Going to be winner take all. Ladies and gentlemen, help me out if you would. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Dodge versus Dodge. We got a Durango going head-to-head with a Ram. Going to meet in the middle here. Colop got jostled around quite a bit inside there. Israel in the T2. Well, apparently the T3 missed the call and didn't realize the trucks were coming out. And now officials saying that we don't want the T3 to run, but perhaps the crowd's vetoing that decision. The truck couldn't make it to the track because of the number of fans standing in front of the staging area. So now they're trying to take a poll of the drivers on the track. If they want the number T3 to continue, I'm of the opinion I think we should just let them run. Not going to lie, though, definitely one of the strangest things I've ever seen happen in all of our travels with the Demolition Derby. We're halfway through a heat, and all of a sudden one of the extra cars comes pulling out. But you know what? We only got 3 of them. They got plenty of room to work with. And I'm sure Dan Kolop's not going to say no. He just wants something else to hit. Thumbs up trackside. He is going to be able to continue. All right. Drivers gave it a thumbs up. Looks like we're ready to get going with this thing with 3 trucks now after the red flag. We got all set to go around the track. Good to go. Flags are up. 3, 2, 1, and go. Nice shot, cleared the bumper, got deep into the engine bay of that F-150. Back end starting to buckle on Israel's T2. Dan Kolb looks like he's all done. And they are hung together deep right now. Israel trying to throw it in reverse gear to spin himself free. That broke the core support clean free from the frame as they barrel into Kolb one more time. He's all done. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from that particular vantage point. T3 laboring mightily again now as we see the front has been shoved deep on that F-150. Kolb got in trouble when that left front tire started to seize up on him. After that, it was all she wrote. Can't believe how far that core support, you can see pieces of the core support in the original body mount still stuck on the core support bracket on the side of the frame of the number T3 in the front. Back end buckling upward in the bed. Frame still straight though. Beginning to belly at the doors is the Dodge of Israel. Big fire under the hood. Fluid continuing now to drain from underneath as well in that number T3 of Jason. Jason Jakubowicz in the number T3. He's looking through the floor at what was a rather defining moment here in this trucks feature. One and done, winner take all. Not even clear if officials are going to allow him to try to refire that number T3. Things had gone significantly awry under the hood of the Jakubowicz car. Fire crews leaving the scene. Officials right there next to the number T3. He's working under the dash, trying to figure out what the best move to make is, aside of breaking the stick off. T2, Justin Israel, looks like he is in the catbird seat. Starting to belly a little bit underneath the back of the cab, but right now, definitely the more mobile, the aggressive tread working out great for him. That's going to do it. Not able to get it to refire, and the win is going to go to Israel.
Second, third, that's a pretty easy one. Bill! Hey, Bill! Ready to take a picture?
I don't know. Well, they next? Sounds like Limited Well Chain and Goes are up next. Well, we got a quick break in the action. Make sure you get down trackside and check out the food vendors out back. Beer tent is open. Burgers, hot dogs, some of the best food you can find on the fairgrounds right now. And also they are raffling off a 2016 Ford Focus. Stop down and check those guys out during intermission, which is coming up here in a little while. We got a couple more one-and-dones to run through before we take any of our breaks or stoppages, especially with the weather pending. Probably going to move this thing through just as quick as we can. They are raffling off this Power Wheels, which was donated by local fire department union 616. Hank Pensick bringing me the information about that one. It's only $1 a shot. Also, the 50/50 continuing to be distributed. You can say hi to Morgan, too, if she's still wandering around with them. She's our celebrity child. She represents the Chicago County kids that have been helped by the Children's Hospital. She's been in remission since October 30th. So when you buy a 50/50 ticket, you are helping your own. It's $1 for one. You can get 10 for $5, an arm's length for only $10. And all the proceeds from that, along with everything else here at the Lake Erie Rumble, go to the Children's Hospital in Buffalo and other area, Western New York. Steve Bailey going to be first in line for the Chain and Goes. He'll be number 01. Jesse Kunkel, the Mad Russian from Greensburg, Pennsylvania, and the number 27X. There's a brand new transmission in it. We'll see how it holds up. Steve Lane in another run with that squareback Ford wagon. He's in the number 02 from Casadega. From Angola, Al McNeil returning to Dunkirk aboard the number 716. Father Time is Al McNeil. The number L99, Keith Glowniak from Dunkirk. The L28 is Pete Glowniak. Nate Smith promised he was going to do better than he did at the fair. He's the number L29. Scott Steins in the 02. Eric Remington from Brockton in the number 15. Chris McCallick in the number 77. Mark Yuriko is in the 88. And Brody Kalasa from Fredonia will be in the number 15. There's a good look at the Mad Rush and Jesse Kunkel. He is going to be one of the hammers out here. I can almost guarantee that. He's run places like the Bash for Cash. He runs all over Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio. Making the trip in from Greensburg tonight to be part of it. You'll probably see him in action in a couple weeks. I believe he's going to be going to the Hog Wildfall Brawl at the Stoneboro Fairgrounds on October the 8th. And that is the day before the San Filippo Smash held at the Otsego County Fairgrounds in Morris as a benefit for MPS research. A lot of derby action coming up. I will be at the Brookfield Wheel Days next Saturday, and then the week after that we will be in Ogden, Utah for Halloween Havoc with Stern Dirt Racing as we see Steve Lanen pulling out onto the track in the Get Bent number X car. .716 Father Time. That's the car that he had at the Bash for Cash, I believe. Team Angela proudly adorning the roof of that. Here's the number 99, Keith Glowniak, and looks like a Lincoln or Thunderbird choice for number 28, Pete. Nate Smith in the Thunderbird and the number L29. Behind him is the 02, two-speed. Scott Stein, and behind him, loosening his neck up, the number 15, Eric Remington, driving the Team Stefan colors tonight on that number 15. There's the 77 of Mike McCallick. Kind of figure who is going to be hitting who as we see where Remington and the two-speed line up in relation to the McCallick 77. No love lost between Team Nasty Dogs and Team Elman when the green flags are out. Here comes Jericho in the number 88. And in a slightly used number 15, it's Brody Colassa. And rounding it out in the 1970s Ford is the L01 of Steve Bailey. Track's been widened back out to its original size for 16 cars ready to do battle, about ready to turn them loose. All of our tow vehicles are in position in the event we need an emergency tow off. Our officials moving back into their positions. Again, quick reminder, stay away from the green area, the green railings while the cars are in motion. We'll be chasing you back all night long. Looking for the flags to go up around the track, waiting for fire officials to give us the all clear. Sticks are up. Means it's your turn, folks. Give me a hand if you would. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. back in, dumping bad on the number 28 of Pete Glowniak, because the frame rail looks like it might even be broken loose on the left side. We see McCallick trying to get some room to work with. That old Ford laboring mightily in the middle of the track. Here comes Nate Smith, looking to put a shot on. Backed out of the door shot. Good show of sportsmanship. Little incidental contact. Here comes two-speed. Grabs the reverse gear. Goes right into that disabled Ford of Glowniak. And here comes that 101 of Bailey. Steve Lane with a huge hit right here in front of us. Big lick on the back of that 01. Jack the back end up real tall. And now goes after the number 77 of McCallick. Broke the front bumper off. Here comes Jesse Cook. A big shot. McCallick a pincushion now in the middle of the track. A little bit of discomfort in the cockpit. Nate Smith escorting number 28. They are getting after it now. Some ground really opening up. Here comes Remington. Piles into the side of Yerko. Yerko almost up on the blocks now. Here comes Remington. Turns around the crosshairs. Able to go after the number 15 of Kalasa. Swing and a miss. Inconsequential shot. Kalasa all done in the number 15. Remington making sure of it. Two-speed front wheels off the ground in the number 02. Here comes Glowniak going after him. Waves off the shot. Wants no more of this. I don't know if Pete realized it, but he's hitting with the speaker deck. He's all done. Go! Red flag! Driver the number 28 in some pretty serious distress after that shot. Officials calling for the emergency crews to come trackside. Take a look at the number 28. Some real serious discomfort for him in the cockpit after that shot. We were just talking a moment ago about the rails dumping hard on that entry for Pete. And the one side looked like it had broken free. It was at least flopping around loose, and he took a heck of a lick going backwards on when he came in contact with number 02 of two-speed. Scott Stein asking Scott to back up a little bit. A lot of folks anxious to get some sort of update on the condition of our driver. Crew's telling him, everybody to stay back. It looks like he's going to be able to exit the car on his own. Excellent see there. Gingerly, obviously, but he is able to exit the car on his own. Probably going to give him another once-over here, if nothing else. Give him a little bit of time to hop down off the fender. He looks like he's got Keith's going to get back into the car. Looks like at this point we've only lost 3 drivers. The other 2 being the number 01 of Steve Bailey, and the number 15 of Brody Colossa down here against the fence. Eric Remington was going after him, waiting for the sticks to go up around the track. Everybody still paying a lot of attention to the condition of Pete Glowniak. He's out of the car and in the able hands of our officials here trackside. Dunkirk Fire Rescue here helping us keep everybody safe. Sticks are up around the track. Looks like we're just about ready to send them off one more time. So let's start with 3, 2, 1, and go. McCallum got caught against the wall in that number 77 by Remington. Front bumper's broken off. We saw the stick come down off of the number 27 of Kunkel. He's all done. Looks like a transmission problem for him. Remington able to refire the number 02. We've lost Keith Glowniak and the number 02 of Steve Lane, and also all done. Looks like transmission problems the culprit for Jesse Kunkel. Here comes Eric Remington. Eyes squarely on. Oh, swing and a miss. Man, if he had made contact, that would have been a cannon of a shot. The number 02 of two-speed, that's Scott Stein and Al McNeil both were hung up for a period. Remington getting both of those drivers free, and now getting Al McNeil, who's battling some carburetor problems, in the number 716. Getting him a little bit of room to work with, trying to get that cleaned out. Just looks like it's a little bit more mobile, running a little better. So we see the bumper skin has peeled off of someone. Another loose bumper here in front. That used to be affixed to the front of the McCulloch car. Remington chooses not to go after the number 88 of Jericho, but instead hits Smith. Eric Remington all done. Drive shaft spun out the back of the transmission. Eric Remington is parked, the number 15. Tough break for the number 15. Left side now beginning to collapse on Jericho's number 88. There see Nate Smith, very mobile, and the number 29. McNeil just about out of time. He hasn't made a qualifying hit in a little bit, and Jericho definitely had him in the hit count. Bent wheel on the right rear corner for Nate Smith as he goes nose to nose with the number 88 of Jericho. Jericho equally, if not worse, bent wheel on the right rear corner, but the big problem is that left front corner that is pitching so bad. The nose has bent funny on that Pontiac. The right side started to go up a little bit higher, a little bit faster than the left side did. Nate Smith now trying to find some room to work with. McNeil all done. Jericho feverishly working under the dash, and here comes Smith. So unofficially right now going in at the record book in this order, first place will be Nate Smith and the number 29, Mark Jericho. yeoman's effort, coming home second place in that number 88. And third place, while he labored most of the show, able to limp it home to third, Alan McNeil, Father Time in the number 716. Coming home third. Fourth place going to go to the number 02 of 2-Speed, Scott Stein. And fifth place, again unofficially, is the number 15 of Eric Remington. Nasty Dogs had numbers at one point outnumbering the opposition 3-2. And if we watched it, I don't think that Smith was exactly working with Jericho either in that number 88. So it's 3-1 to 1, I guess. Even you could split it down if you really felt like it. But ultimately, numbers didn't matter. Nate Smith coming away with the win in his Thunderbird. Pontiac coming in second place under Jericho, and a Fifth Avenue car of choice for the 716 of Al McNeil. Just on the edge of the screen, you can see how far down that bumper had pitched on Scott Stein's number 02S. Bumper went down as the nose went up. He's going to have to put a little bit of plate on that, but I'm sure that the guys over at the Nasty Dogs Garage will find a way to fix that for him. That car will be out for another run, almost guaranteed. In that, I believe that was a LeSabre. Number 02 Buick LeSabre for him. Just want to make a quick reminder for everybody while we get the cars towed off. This might take a little bit longer than some of the trucks one did. That's almost a given. Stop by and say hi to Morgan, our celebrity child, here with the Variety Club. She represents the kids of Chautauqua County that have been held by the Children's Hospital at this year's event. She's been in remission since October 30th. When you buy a raffle ticket, you are helping one of your own. All that money is going to stay right here in Western New York and goes to the Children's Hospital of Buffalo. The 50-50 helps a ton of kids just like Morgan. It's one for $1, 10 tickets for $5, an arm's length for $10. Out there on the midway, we've got burgers, hot dogs. Beer tent is open, and we're also raffling off a 2016 Ford Focus. There's souvenirs for the kids, stuff like lightsabers and things along those lines. I'm sure to get a break in the action a little bit. I got to get out there. My kid will love a lightsaber. And all of this is leading up to the donation from the Demolition Derby to the telethon that happens April the 2nd. 54 years running. The proceeds today are going to be donated there, and that goes to helping sick and injured kids. And that event has been moved to the Seneca Niagara Casino. You're welcome to stop by if you want. Say hello. Seneca Niagara Casino is right there in Niagara Falls. A lot of the folks at home saying that they are really enjoying how fast this track gets cleared off and turned over. So we're moving into the compact qualifying heats. There's going to be 2 groups running it down to our last 7. And then we'll have a feature from there. No last chance qualifiers in this, which is sort of tradition, if you will. There's no last chance qualifiers at the fair here either. Had 3 sheets, going to whittle them down to 2. Going to be like 22 or 23 in the first round and 22 or 23 in the second. 45 cars total. So running off in the first group will be the number 01 of Mike DeWolf. Kyle Madison is going to be in the 02. Dan Scharf in the 21X. Nick Eddy in the 04. The 1X is Derek Head. The 2X is Kevin Parker. 15, Evan King. Eric Diate in the number 3. Aaron Henderson is in the 336. The 03 is Dave Fye. Corey Kaltenbach in the 05. Joe Wager in the 06. The 07, Andrew Davis, Tom Osterhout in the 105, and Chris Schutt will be in the number 08. Chrissy Shelters will be in the 3X, Katie Jensen in the 103, Mark Nickerson in the 31. The 01 will be Jason Dean. This is the group B group cars that are going to be making their way out there. John Nickerson in the number 50, and John Nickerson Jr. in the 102. The B4 is going to be Nick Thompson. That might be the split. We may also see Ryan Hudson in the number 911. There is the A03 of Dave Fye. Corey Kaltenbach is in the A05. That's the black and orange color. Similar paint job as Don Dillenberg. And Scharf out here in the 21X. I haven't seen Dillenberg move yet, so must be Dillenberg will be in group second qualifying heat. A103, Tom Osterhout. And then the B103, Katie Jensen. There's the number 3X of Christy Shelters. The B31, Mark Nickerson from Brockton and the Lumina. Jason Dean is in the B01, the B50. John Nickerson Sr. Again, big group of cars out here running it down to our final 7. They'll advance to tonight's compact feature. And after this, we've only got the compact feature, the modifieds, the 80s and newer, and one other qualifying heat for the compact cars. So counting this one, 5 events left, trying to find some place to put our B4 entry. Nick Thompson. I did not see the number 911 come out, so I think that was our split. So we'll start with the number 911 of Ryan Hudson for qualifying heat number 2. Once again, running them down to our last 7. Looking for green flags start coming up around the track. Looks like we are all set to go with qualifying heat number 1 for the compacts. Help me out, if you would. Send them off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. That impact by AO6 of Joe Wagner really messed up the front end of Dan Sharp's number 21X. Trying to give you a look at it. There it is. The front wheel pitched into the top. I think he's lost steering in it. He put a big shot against the wall on one of our competitors, and he was a recipient of some collateral damage. It's the right front corner now laid right over on the 21X. That last shot on the number B4 ripped the bumper off when he went deep underneath the back of the King entry, the green car that's out there, and Dave King. And now he doesn't know it, but he figured it out just a moment ago when he put a big lick on the back of Evan King's car, ruptured the radiator, all the water vacated the reservoir right now, and now he's sitting idle in the middle of the track. Tell you who's doing a real nice job is the 103. Katie Jensen in the red, white, and blue car just got shoved out of bounds by Evan King. Easy E in the number 15. Once again, looking for our final 7. Quick red flag. Number of drivers taking this opportunity to exit their vehicles. Looks like we're down to around 10 cars right now, so the next 3 will give us our final 7. Next 3 exits. Officials are going to be watching close. Make sure we don't go over that mark. Stopwatches in hand. Ready to time out anybody as needed. Mark Nickerson still out there. And the number 31, the number 50, another one of the Nickerson entries. John Nickerson Sr., the 102 of John Nickerson Jr., the top of the track. The blue colors atop his roof. Still out there in the mix. Looks like Evan and Dave King, both still in there. Anticipate seeing both of those guys most likely advancing. The number 2X of Kevin Parker sits right in the middle of the track with the black and green colors with the yellow number on the door. Still in the mix. Sticks are up around the track. Quick conference, track side. Before Bob Head gives us the all clear to move forward. Sticks are up. We're ready to go. Short countdown. 3, 2, 1, and go.
write on the next heat. You gotta write.
My pen left.
Oh, your pen left. You want a pen?
No, I'm good. I'll get. We're
23
good.
Todd Elman blue car. You can't miss it.
I
Chris.
know the car.
Hey, Knuckles.
So still trying to get official word trackside from who did and didn't make it. I believe David and Evan King both punching their ticket. John Nickerson in the 102 going as well. Nick Eddy in the A04, I believe, was among the cars that were sent to the main event. The B50, which was another one of the Nickerson cars, John Nickerson Sr., was also still running at the end of that. Derek Head qualified in the number 1 act. And the B01. Looks like Jason Dean might also have a shot at going into the main event. Still waiting for official word trackside to let you know what and who is going to go where. I just had a note down here at the table that Todd Elman's going to be climbing into the car that Hannah Elman took to a win in the youth division. He's going to be running in the next qualifying heat to try and get his compact car into tonight's main event for the small cars. Just while we got a break in the action, wanted to make a quick mention of a couple things quickly. 50-50 tickets are continuing to be sold. They're 1 for $1 and they're 10 for $5. You can get an arm's length for 10. All the proceeds for that go toward the Variety Kids. And a lot of that is going to stay right here in Western New York, with the proceeds going to the Children's Hospital in Buffalo. Get down on the Midway. There's beer, burgers, hot dogs, a car raffle, and souvenir stuff for the kids. If they're getting a little restless during the intermission, stop down there and you'll see all sorts of neat things that were brought in as concessions. And also want to make mention of another big event that's coming up in just a couple weeks. It's the 10th annual Halloween Bash. It's Buffalo's biggest. Shed and Ragan are going to be hosting the 10th annual event. It's October the 29th. Doors open at 6 o'clock. It's at the Connecticut Street Armory. $20 for pre-sale tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. It's $25 at the door. You can also get your tickets at the Variety Club box office or by phone at 854-7577. Entertainment is being provided by Primary Alternative and Tiger Chung Lee. There's food in a full bar. Parking available at the Duville College at lots C and C2. $2,500 grand prize for the best costume. $250 for the best Hillary Clinton outfit and the best replication of Donald Trump. All the proceeds are donated to the Variety Kids Telethon. Bunch of people helped make this one possible. Channel 7, which is your local ABC affiliate, Pepsi, Tread City Tire, Citro Brothers Distribution, Lenovo, University of Buffalo, and Paratroopy, Army, and Navy. So you can shred and Reagan. You can hear them on 103.3 The Edge. It's Buffalo's alternative rock station. All right, so as we expected, Ryan Hudson is the break point in the police theme number 911, the number Y66 out here as well. We're going to have the number 23 of Todd Ellman. He's not going to be on the roster. He's taking the youth car, band-aided everything back together for one more run. Also expecting to see Chris McCalloch in the number 77. The 05 is Antonia Downey. The B7 is Art Jones. B17 will be Brooke Colasa. Roger Crumry in the number 8. The number 9 is Brian Chuddy. Richard King is in the 104. The number 99 is going to be Jeremy War. And in the C group, we already talked about the 23 being added. Jordan Bailey is going to be the number 32. The C01 is Justin Nichols. Don Dillenberg is in the C00. 02 is going to be Josh Johnson. Al McNeil in the 716. Rob Collins is in the C3. The C4 is going to be Mick Wojo from Fredonia. The C5, Norton Ryan. Dave King, we saw him in the last round, so we probably won't see him again because he qualified. The number C6 is Kevin Perry. Justin Barr in the C66. The 7 is John Johnson. And rounding it out is Krev War in the number 196. Krev War, good to see him here. Krev War won championship night at New Alexandria, Pennsylvania, back on the 26th of August in the compact division. So Krev, pretty good driver, very skilled builder as well. So anxious to see what he brings out here in his number 196. There's Krev War in that pale blue and black number 196. I think that's the same car that he ran at championship night at New Alex. And here's the C716 Father Time, Team Nasty Dogs. The Wojo car out here, waving to the fan in the stands, number C4. Looks like that's about everybody that we're going to get. They shortened the track up a little bit, but right now the game plan is to have 14 cars appearing in the championship round coming up a little bit later on. After this, we'll have 3 championships left to give out. We'll crown our compact champion. We've got the 80s and newer and the modifieds still to come following qualifying heat number 2 of 2 for the compact drivers. Ready to turn them loose one more time. Waiting for the sticks to go up around the track. Most of the staff looks like they are ready to go. Waiting for Bob Head to let us know that it is officially time to go, and it is. Help me out one more time if you would. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. That was the B. We good? Good to go. 3, 2, 1, green flag. Minor stoppage is the CO2 of Josh Johnson was buried beneath another one of our competitors in the pink and black colors. The minivan flying along in that C66 is Justin Barr. And he got put right to the wall here in front of us from our vantage point. Once again, looking for our final 7. Pretty frenetic pace as we work through the middle stages of this qualifying event. The second of two for the compacts. Trev War in the number 196 trying to keep himself out of trouble. Pick the corner. He's just doing all of his work out of it. As we look down the track, the number 23, that is Ton Hellman trying to qualify for the main round. Number 99, the back end really gone off of that car. As we see Al McNeil trying to find some room to work with. Little bitty tires on the back of that minivan. Good wheel shot, and that laid over the left front corner of the number 66, the minivan of Justin Barr. He might have drive problems. He could be all done. That's it. He'd waved his fingers under the chin. Done. One shot from Todd Ellman. Busted the left front wheel off, and he's through. Broke the drive. Father Time also having problems in the number 716, trying to get his minivan turned around and facing the right direction. Laboring now as he's got a trunk full of the B104. The B104 is Richard King. We got to keep an eye on the C32. It looks like his halo has broken loose inside the car. The halo's broke loose. His halo's loose. Just keep an eye on it. Make sure it doesn't come all loose on it. Don Dillenberg in the 00 got bounced around pretty good over there against the wall, able to drive out of harm's way. The team Total Mayhem demo team 00 car, flying the same colors as Dan Sharp that we saw out here a little bit earlier. See Todd Ellman sitting pretty idle in the cockpit. I wonder if something has gone wrong on the number 23. See the number 17, that was up on top of one of our competitors earlier. Brooke Colossa. Chasing down Trev War in the number 196. There goes the number V8 through the frame and onto contact. So we'll talk real quick about something that we saw happen out there on the track. The number C32 knew the car was done. Jordan Bailey broke off the stick. Never, never, never break off your own stick. When he did that, it ended the heat. There were 7 cars left after the C32 broke the stick down. The B5 was in the process of getting free. The CO5 was in the process of getting free. But before that, the B17 was wedged in. He had a qualifying hit ahead of that B17. And he probably, that was Brooke Colosso, probably would have had a shot at making the feature, but after he took down his own stick, that's an immediate exit, and that helped Brooke Colosso punch her ticket into the main event, trying to compile all of our trackside winners. I think that was Norton Ryan in the CO5. Last call on the 50-50. Come on down front if you want one more shot at it. You see the gentlemen in the white hats that have been selling those all afternoon, doing a great job moving through the grandstands and getting those distributed to the folks that want them. Last call, come on down front. This is the intermission. We're going to take a quick break, and hopefully we'll be in the clear so we can come through and finish up with our final 3 events that are scheduled here with the 80s and newer, the modifieds, and our compact championship, giving those compact guys a little bit of time to work on their entries. Also, you'll be able to buy raffle tickets for this Power Wheels. That's going to be happening here through the course of the night, donated by local fire department Union 616. $1 a chance. It's going to go home with some lucky fan. And while we got a break in the action, now's a great time to head down to the Midway. Check out the food and drink options that they've got down there. Also, you can maybe pick up a souvenir lightsaber and get in on that raffle for the 2016 Ford Focus. So our celebrity child Morgan still hanging out with us. Morgan represents the kids of Chautauqua County that have been helped by the Children's Hospital in Buffalo. She's been in remission since October 30th. And when you buy a raffle ticket, you are helping one of your own. One for $1 or 10 for $5, and an arm's length for $10. All of today's proceeds go to the Children's Hospital in Buffalo. That is what the goal of this is. On April 2nd on the telethon on Channel 7, local ABC. 54 years running is that telethon, being held at the Seneca Niagara Casino in Niagara Falls. There's going to be a check deposited directly into the Variety Kids account, so to say. And all that is going to go towards helping sick and injured kids in the Western New York area. So big thanks to all the folks that helped make this show possible. We've got 3 events left, 2 championship rounds, plus the compacts will be back out here. Crev War and Jeremy War, they look like they're in pretty good shape. We'll probably take a quick break. We'll be back with you here in about 15 minutes or so and get ready with those final 3 events of the day. Big hello to Marty Seeger and Dirty Derb Nation, Tracy Young watching at home. And, Brad Bergevin's asking about the car numbers, why they have A class, B class, whatever. All the divisions here, year in and year out, be it the fair or the Lake Erie show. This Lake Erie Rumble 5 is what this is. Each of the classes are broken down in a particular heat. There's the first heat, which is the A heat, typically 4 cylinders. B heat, which is 6 cylinders. C heat, which is mid-size, and that's anything from a larger 6-cylinder car or like a Pontiac Grand Prix or Monte Carlo from the 70s. And then you get into the D-class cars, which are 80s and newer. Those include the tilt that everybody's so fond of, but they do not have loaded bumpers. They allow the protectors and things along those nature. And then the E-Flight cars, are the old iron cars, which we're going to see a lot of those in the modified class. So tonight, when you saw all these compact cars coming through, you'll see A class, B class, C class. The plan was that the compacts were going to run 3 individual heats, but the turnout with 45 cars, they elected to run 2 and run it down to the last 7. So you had a little bit of overlap as cars from Heat B moved into both the first and second heats with the Group A and Group C. You saw the trucks. They were labeled with T1, T2, T3. That's for trucks. The old iron, you'll see those labeled with probably with a modified, and then the 80s and newer most likely would be like a D designation on those entries. So again, all that is identifying which class it is, so you know if somebody's out there by the wrong class. The youth cars, the one caveat to all of this that we talked about, youth cars labeled with the Y. We saw the Y23 out there in qualifying heat 2 for the compacts. See the track almost clear yet again. Fast turnaround here as we move into intermission. The Y-Class car that was re-registered by Todd Ellman after Hannah Ellman won the youth feature, brought that car back out to run and qualify heat number 2. That's why it didn't have the B or the C on it. Thanks for the question, Brad. Brad Bergevin hanging out with us in Michigan, taking a little bit of time out to enjoy the Lake Erie Rumble. Jason Kasimer out in Illinois, shocked that he saw minivans running with the compacts. That's another little bit of a weird thing that they do here at Lake Erie Rumble and the Chautauqua County Fair. They go based on engine size, and there's a secondary caveat for wheelbase sizes that limits things. But the minivans, if they have a 4-cylinder engine, they'll run with the 4 cylinders and with the 6 cylinders. And other places we see minivans, they have to run with either the trucks or they run with the full-size division. Here, they run with either the 4s or the 6s. We saw Al McNeil in one, and you get other places from the outside that see that for the first time. They get a little bit puzzled, but you know, the suggestion is the minivan has a stronger frame. It's got this advantage. It's got that advantage. I think I've only seen maybe 1 or 2 minivans qualify in all my time here in Dunkirk between the fair and the Lake Erie shows. They do not tend to have a significant advantage over any of the other compact cars, and also with the size that they have to move around versus the smaller compatriots that are in those divisions with the compacts, 4s and 6s. They're not as mobile either, and tend to get wheel shotted, as we saw the number 66 of Justin Barr happened to him. That wheel got laid over and he was done, left set right where he was. So thanks for the question, Jason. Appreciate you tuning in through the course of the evening. Hope all the work on the RC car is going well. Raffle. Final call for the 50-50. The 50-50 now up over $600. So a pretty good take for the afternoon, and working their way up through the grandstands. The black shirts with Gree riding, the Headhunter Hank group and Steve Laning's group selling raffle tickets for the Dynacraft 4x4 Power Wheels. It's a 12-volt system. Pretty good looking ride. And I talked with Steve Laning. He said if his kids want it, it'd be a daily driver for maybe a day or so before they pulled it into the garage and turned it into a Power Wheels demo car. So we'll have to see where that ends up going in terms of finding a new home. Maximum weight of 130 pounds, room for 2 riders, 2 speeds, max speeds 5 miles per hour. One of you lucky fans going to take that home, $1 a shot. And again, that Power Wheels was donated by local fire department, Firefighters Union 616. There's a number of the folks that run here at the fair and the Lake Erie show that work for the city of Dunkirk Fire Department are members of that union. Going to take a quick break here. Just about wrap it up with our intermission, about maybe 6-8 minutes to go, and we'll get the cars back out here on the track and round out our afternoon activities to see if we can't beat those impending clouds that are hanging out off over the far side of the racetrack, and kind of the clouds scrubbing the tops of those trees, see if we can get this thing in before the rain comes back through. Trying to. How about you guys? No, we're We're streaming it live. We're online. You've been a hero all night. We've been talking about you a ton. How fast the track's getting turned over. Move up. I can't see your face. That's reverse. We had a guy in Indiana talk about how awesome the track turnover's been. It's been fine. One more time on the Power Wheels, standing right down here down front. You see Hammer and Hank. He's the one waving to the crowd right now. There you go. He's got the Power Wheels tickets if anybody wants in on that. We've already done last call for the 50-50. It was up over $500 at one point. Still selling those, gentlemen. Down the steps from where Hank is in the white hat. He's got the 50-50 tickets. It's $1 for one. You can get 10 for $5, and you can get an arm's length for 10. Al McNeil's car taking its final ride back to the pits. His minivan doesn't look like it was too awful hurt, so we might see that here again come next July. Well, Bob Head stepping into the leader's role here for the Lake Erie Rumble on short notice. Dave Bongiovanni stepping down after 3 years at the helm of the Lake Erie Rumble. The first one overseen by Rick Kawarko, who also was overseeing our fair here in Chautauqua County. I remember meeting him first in 2011 when we came out here. He was in charge of that up until the end of this year's fair, where now Bob Head will be stepping into that role. His officiating crew has done a nice job here trackside. Been keeping things relatively invisible, which is always a good thing when nobody even knows that the track officials were there. Making some pretty good judgment calls. I like how they ran it down to the last 7 cars for the 2 compacts. So we got a 14-car compact feature due up here in just a little bit. We've also got the new 80s and newer and the modifieds, which are due out here in a little bit as well. Track running in very well. We had the narrow tires on for quite some time.
Right now, okay?
Okay, who's
White
pulling it?
tickets.
So we'll get the Power Wheels draw done and taken care of. Got 5 minutes, and we're going to move it out. What's first? Compacts, you got 5 minutes. So at 4:42, we should have compacts ready to get the green flag. So 5 minutes away. Doing the final tear-offs on both of our raffles here at the table. Final counts. The Power Wheels looks like that's going to be drawn first.
Youth winner Hannah Hellman will be drawing the winning ticket.
Youth champion, not just a winner, a champion, Hank. Youth champion Hannah Ellman going to be drawing the winning ticket. What number did you have, Hank? What number? Oh, you didn't buy any? Did you buy any? Oh. It's the white tickets for the Power Wheels, 841-8018, 841-8018 for the Power Wheels. White tickets, 841-8018. Winning ticket for I should probably read that again. Do we have a winner? Come right down to the table if you got the winning Power Wheels ticket, 841-8018, 841-8018. That's her.
Thank you.
You bet.
We have a winner.
Easy. So is their responsibility to tow it, or are you going to deliver it for them?
We'll get it to them.
You're
Local 616, all proceeds are going to go to...
All proceeds from this from Fire Department Local 616 going back to the Variety Kids. So Hank's got to go take a large envelope hand that off to the officials here with the variety kids. Hey, do you guys need to keep the winning ticket? Do you guys need to keep the winning ticket from the Power Wheels or no? Okay. They already got a winner. You want that winning ticket back?
Thanks, brother.
See you next time. Having fun? About 3 minutes. Let's see those compact cars making their way out. $350 going to the winner of the 50-50. Let's get those compact cars up to the line. Too early to tell. I don't have an answer on that. Talk to Bob. That's my best advice. And your winning ticket, $350 going home with the ticket holder. Pink ticket, 875-191. That's the 50-50. 875-191. 875-191 for the 50-50. Again, that's $350 going home with one of our lucky fans. $875-191, the winning 50-50 ticket. We are 875-191. That's it. Half the half. Compact drivers, let's start bringing those championship cars up to the line. Need that back? Do you need the winning ticket back for any record keeping? You should have an official going through the pits, getting those compact drivers up to the line. Just got to look at radar. We're going to want to wrap this up quickly. Come here. Come here, look. That's the folks watching at home are doing weather updates for us, if you trust it. So waiting for a compact car to start making their way up to the line. See a bunch of empty cars sitting down there. No drivers in them as of yet. And we'll come back with the 80s and newer and finish up with the modifieds. start bringing them out. Our officials are back up here on the track waiting for compact features to start making their way. We see a couple drivers who have now found their way into the cockpits. Bring them out. Dave King able to answer the feature bell. First car to come out onto the track in the dark green King entry. Behind him, I would guess, is Evan King in the Easy E white Lumina. Alignment looks like it's a little off on this one. This is the B50 of John Nickerson Sr. answering our feature bell. Again, scheduled to have 14 cars roll off for this one. Don Dillenberg, I see him moving through the pits. That is the 00 car. Orange and black colors of Team Total Mayhem. Got the right front corner repaired on it. Bumper looks like it's holding up for him all right. Ran a Monte Carlo bumper on the front of that car, and it was a bit of a unique decision. I was expecting when I looked at the front of that car to see a front bumper. Instead went with the Monte Carlo back bumper on the nose of it. I also see the 102 of John Nickerson making his way towards the track. The A04 of Nick Eddy is going to be able to answer the bell. Derek Head and the number 1X. He's next in line to come out with the green Chevy roof sign atop his entry. Here's the 102 of John Nickerson Jr. and A01 Mike DeWolf qualifying in car number A01. There's the B8, Roger Crumry. And the number 17, that is Brooke Colassa, come back out. Still haven't seen Jason Dean yet. Jeremy War, Crev War, both eligible to come in. Haven't seen either of them yet. Here comes Don Dillenberg in that 00. Back significantly shorter on that Plymouth Breeze for Dillenberg in the 00. Crev War and Jeremy War, the two pale blue cars, are over there. I don't see any movement out of them. Looks like we're just about ready to get things underway. That's Crev War. Looked like he just fired the motor on it. Green flags are up around the track. This is Crev War. We about ready to go? Ready to go? Ladies and gentlemen, help me if you would. Championship on track and ready to go off. Green flags in the air. Help me one more time if you would. Let's start with 5, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Well, obviously, we've shut it down for a few minutes.
The knew the rain was coming. You want to go get that other tarp? Oh, shit.
Fucking rain.
Chris, you want any of this paper over that?
No, just there should be another tarp someplace.
No. Because it's blocking all his electrical equipment, that's why.
No.
Chris, I gotta knock this water off of here, bro.
Yep, we'll pull it down. Hang on 1 second.
Ready?
Missed everything important. I can't get this up all the way.
Where's your car, Pete?
Want some help?
Yeah, I can't get it up.
Is it just a clicking? I think it just clicked. It just clicked. I heard a click. Good. I got tarps in here.
I got another tarp right here. I think we're in good shape. Everything dried.
I got plenty more towels in the truck too.
Melissa said, if I ever make it home, it's blackouts, Johnson. If I ever make it home, you should. I don't care. It's great. But the guy said it, and I don't know where he went. And I have to have him fix his end, because I'm not touching his stuff. It won't work on the left, I'm not touching it. Because I can't get him on it.
Standing in the window over there. See him in a brick building? Go, buddy. Must be he's afraid of a little rain. He's gonna leave. Mikey! No, I didn't. Oh, yeah. Now I recognize the truck. But no, I was watching down here. What are you screaming at? I worked 2 doubles before. What is it? Fog.
My hot spot.
Oh, nice. That's north of us, though, if you look at it. Wow, this is coming.
That's.
Good luck. Hey, Gordon, boys. Yeah. Looks like you got a nice little buddy. That's some interesting shit, ain't it? I think we're ready to go again. All right, let's get it going.
All right, looks like we are ready to go one more time. Drivers to your cars, please. We want the 80s drivers in their cars too, or at least with them. Good talk. Get the 80s drivers, start getting to your vehicles as well. Because just as soon as Dave King finishes winning this, we're going to do the 80s cars. Flags are up around the arena. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars left. Oh, a couple more drivers in around there. So we got everybody but one back in their cars, ready to go. Looking for the all clear around the track. Got to get everybody along that green fence back before we can begin. Find a seat away from the fence. Radiator falling out of the AO4. Looks like we are all set to go. Ready to turn them loose in the Compact Championship. 3, 2, 1, and go. Everybody going after Crev War in the number 196. He's calling and telling them, bring it on. Gotta watch the Dave King laboring out there mightily, trying to get himself some room to work with. Has not made qualifying contact. I know the officials are going to be watching him close. Crev War in the number 196 doing a pretty good job. Fighting off all comers right now in that 196. Mike DeWolf in the number A01 swings it around. Hip check type shot on the number A04. John Nickerson Sr. in the number 50. Drives along the front stretch, trying to find some room to work with. Throws in reverse. John Nickerson Jr. in the number 102. Red flag is out. Red flag. All right, so the 196 of Crev War will be allowed to stay in, still an eligible car, despite being pinned in by 4 cars on the backside. He drove out of bounds, trying to find some room to work with. Pleaded his case. He is going to be allowed to stay. Sticks are up around the track. 3, 2, 1, and go. Trev War continuing to be pressed by Evan King in the number 15 as the number 1X of Derek Head goes after his front end. Mike DeWolf in number A01 meanders past a series of opportunities and to go over here and park on the wayside. Number A04 idle in the middle of the track. We've also got Dave King out there in the back end sinking badly on his W body as we see the 102 of John Nickerson. Back end likewise sunk hard on his two-door. Mark Timmerman, you're needed at the snack booth, please. Mark Timmerman, please report to the snack booth. Derek Head looks like he might be all done. Evan King also could be nearly out of the game. Derek Head breaks the stick off. Derek Head all done in the 1X. And Evan King trying to get out of this jam. No movement out of the front wheels. They'll steer, but they won't move. Nickerson in the number 102 looks like he might be all done as well. Steam now pouring from under the hood of Evan King's number 15. Likewise, the number 50 of John Nickerson Sr. going up in smoke. Telling Dave King he's all through. Very unhealthy number 50 sits in front of us as John Nickerson trying to get that car to refire. John Nickerson Jr. trying to get his number 102 to come back to life as Trev War back end completely falling apart now on the number 196. John Nickerson in danger of going out. Still have 5 cars running and moving. The AO4 is still in the running. Nick Eddy having a good run in that AO4. DeWolf still running and moving in the A01, the number 17 that's out there, Brooke Colossa. Again, like we were saying, don't break off your own stick. The AO4 of Nick Eddy cost himself a finish position, took his stick down before the number 50, John Nickerson Sr. did, as we've got 2 cars left for sure, possibly 4. There's Nickerson able to get his car back at the speed. No front bumper left on the nose of the 102. And the number 17 of Colossa right into the nose of the 196 of Trev War. Nickerson trying to refire the 102. Krev War refires the 196. DeWolf in the A01 and Colossa in the 17. Running and moving, trying to run it down to crown our compact champion. 80s and newer coming up next. Guys, make sure you're at your cars. We're going to be moving that one out quick right after this concludes. And then we'll get into the modifieds to conclude Lake Erie Rumble 5. Nickerson hitting with his radiator support, able to get the car refired every time, but there's only so many starts left in that motor. Starting to push a little bit of steam now. Krev War, he hasn't missed a beat. Every time it's shut off, it's been able to fire right back up. Steve pushing from out from under the hood of Brooke Colossa. DeWolf out there as well. His nose is taking some damage, but he's not pushing any water yet at this point. The fan and the shroud now hanging down below the plane of the bumper on the 102 of Nickerson. And it is not turning. The electric fan that he mounted on the inside to try and draw cool air in, not functioning now with steam beginning to get thicker from under the hood. DeWolf drives into your living room. And here comes Nickerson one more time, going right after Krev War. Right front wheel on DeWolf is pitched in pretty bad. The CV seems to be slipping. He's got more drive on the left side than he does on the right side. As he's trying to stay in the hunt to pull down this win. Likewise, still running plenty strong as Nickerson with no bumper on the front. He's only hurting himself with the front end spot shots. Nonetheless, there's nothing left in the back of the car to do a lot of damage with at this juncture. Shuts off on him again. The Krev War 196 also shuts off. Back completely gone on that entry. Number 17 of Colossa goes after the number 102 of Nickerson as he refires. Colossa just ruptured a radiator, and the number A01 all done. Wolf takes the stick down. That might be the beginning of the end right there. Colosa having trouble getting to our front two. And the Lumina now sunk the back wheels into the trench along the wall. He's able to dig his way out. Goes nose to nose with Krev War. War able to keep the car running. Nickerson now trying to refire. Brooks, I think it was him. Who? A01? He broke his own stick off before her clock was out. And he broke his stick. Another reason why you don't break off your own stick. Looked like DeWolf had a shot at third place. Brooke Colossa able to wait out the shot clock, so she will come home third place. John Nickerson going to go in the book as second place in car number 102. And Krev War, beating the odds, comes away with a win in car number 196. So Nickerson second place, Brooke Colosa third, Mike DeWolf fourth, John Nickerson fifth, Nick Eddy sixth, Dave King, Evan King, Derek Head, Don Dillenberg, and Roger Crumry round out your order, unofficially barring anything that might transpire down trackside, but at this point that is the unofficial order of finish. So I think that everything's still open down on the midway. If somebody's still after a hot dog or a hamburger, maybe a quick beer, before we get these 80s cars out there, we know how fast this track can get cleaned off. So we'll get the 80s cars out here in just a moment and start bringing to a conclusion the 2016 edition of the Lake Erie Rumble. HCH 4202. It's a white Chevy Cavalier. HCH 4202. Cobalt, maybe. Either way, it's in the way. It's blocking somebody. They're trying to leave. So if it's your car, New York tags, HCH 4202. It's a white Chevy. Cobalt. If you go get that moved out of the way, somebody that you are blocking in is trying to head on their way out.
You want to write that down?
How long trying to leave right now? I'm sure we can find a tow truck.
I think it's Cobalt. I'm a little intoxicated.
Very well. You shouldn't drive. Lots of discussion still going on trackside as we await the arrival of our 80s Newer's car. 80s Newer drivers should be getting to their cars pretty quick here and get those cars staged. We only got roughly an hour and a half before it looks like there's a pretty good sized weather cell that's going to be coming our way. We'd like to try to beat that if we can. More discussion going on trackside. Yes, sir. William Chupa, your car is blocking somebody in. I think that's you. It's the HCH 4202. It's a white Chevy car, not a truck. If we get that moved, somebody's trying to leave. Well, the track is clear. Let's start getting those 80s newer cars out here. You know what I didn't do, and I should have. When it started to rain, I should have dropped the lid on that a little ways. I dropped it a little ways. When it started to rain, I should have pulled this lid down a little ways. It would have saved getting some water on it. I mean, we got it dry. Nothing was hurt. But. So 80s and newer, due up next. There it is. 12 cars scheduled to answer the bell for the 80s and newer. Tyler Laurie from Fredonia is going to be in the number 98. Nate Smith going to be back out here in the number 29. Scott Manning from Silver Creek in the number 27. Jason Whitfield in the 413. Wayne Clemens will be in the 333. The 6210 is Dustin Ingram from Ontario, Canada, former winner of the Bash for Cash. 00X is Jimmy Biggs. He's from Hamburg. Good to see him back. The 01 is James Prill. Corey Horton is in the 716, and Tom Henderson's in the 13. The 02 is Dennis White, and rounding it out is going to be Mike Franklin in the number 03. There's a good look at Tyler Laurie. Mid-90s Crown Vic, car of choice for him. Nate Smith is due up next. He's from Sheridan. Picking up a win earlier tonight in the Chain and Go division, looking to double down here in the 80s and newer class. And here comes the caravan. They're ready to pull out. Again, 13 cars scheduled to go. Looking for a last car standing. Nate Smith in a box-style Lincoln. Behind him is another box-style Ford. That is the number 27 of Scott Manning. Driving the football window Lincoln, that is the 413 of Jason Whitfield. Coming up next is the 333 Wayne Clemens. Good sounding motor. That is the 6210 of Dustin Ingram. Guard motor under the hood of that Crown Vic. Box style Crown Vic for him. Jimmy Biggs in a mid-90s Lincoln. Behind him, the red, white, and blue colors of James Prill. Lynn Clemens is driving a Lincoln Signature. Is that 333 for him? Biggs again in a number 1990s Lincoln, early 90s. And the D01, that is James Prill from Arkwright. Another Lincoln for Corey Horton in the 716. Slick Tom Henderson in the number 13. Lincoln of choice for Henderson. I believe that might be another Signature Series. Late 80s. The 02, this is the show, Dennis White. And the number 03, Mike Franklin in a Crown Vic. That's all of them. The penultimate event here at the 2016 Lake Erie Rumble, held as a fundraiser for the Variety Kids Telethon, ready to get everything up and running. Flags are up around the track. A little bit of room to work with. I expect a fast pace, and if you're sitting in the front row, you might be getting a little bit dirty. Looks like we are set to go. Help me out for one more round, if you would. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. DO2 is all done. He's already out. Wayne Clemens comes and tags him and broke the front end on the 0-2 after the fact. He's all through. Dennis White, the show, breaks the stick off right off the line. Something went awry in that car in quick fashion. Nate Smith, here comes the 30-27, flying across the track into Corey Horton. red flag. Taking a look at the number 01 of James Prill. Calling for a little bit of assistance inside the cockpit, making sure everything's okay with James. Lost a handful of competitors so far. The first one out, as we talked about, was the number 02 of Dennis White. Behind him was the 03. 03 Mike Franklin was next to go right here in the middle of the track. Didn't take a whole lot of damage. Something went wrong, and he just didn't have any drive. And then after that, timed out after he got hung in the quagmire, and on the blocks was the Ford 13 of Jason Whitfield. Looks like we are all set to go. Giving all the drivers a quick reminder. We're out there to hit. Make sure you do it. Sticks are up around the track. Looks like we are all set to turn them loose one more time. Help me out if you would. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, and go. Red flag is out, and looks like we're going to have another brief stoppage here. Some very ominous looking cloud cover has begun blowing in, and I don't know exactly what's going to happen next. It's black clouds. Looking at the radar, I'm not sure if that is the cause. We got to get everybody out of the stands again. Got to evacuate the area. We were expecting some pretty severe weather to come through around 6:45. And once they got here, it was pretty much going to stay. So it's early, so hopefully this will blow through and everything will be. It's fine. For everybody that is watching at home in the event we do have any type of emergency related evacuation due to weather, I will do my best to keep you updated on the Facebook page. There's a fire. There's a fire in the pits, guys. We need some help in the pits. I'll tell you this much right now, Mike Mleczko standing here with me for a minute. This show has given me one of everything I have never seen yet through the course of the day.
Happy, I'm your only friend. You're my only friend? I'm one of the few people that talk to you. Come on. Be nice. Nobody loves me no more? Here it comes.
Can this go this way? No, I tied it down earlier and then I broke the tape when I took it off. We'll be okay for the moment.
A real nice black cloud coming over. If he doesn't start doing some hitting, he's gonna get thrown off the track. Chris, are you an official?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
Does it say official any place?
No, not at all. I didn't think you were.
How are you?
You want to lower this side down? It's coming from this way?
Yeah, can't hurt.
Happy, push it all the way up against the railing. It's gonna help protect all this. Chris, what's the modified gear here? What is it?
It's fair cars, basically.
Gotcha. Hey, Peppy, my truck's back by the horse cars. I left the windows down. You gonna put them up for me? This is fun. Me and Brucey were having a heyday with you. Come on, Peppy. The kids want to go trick-or-treating. Get them cars out. Well, I'll tell you what, when you're gonna keep going or what?
I have no idea. There's a tornado. There's a tornado in Westfield.
That's what I'm saying. Who's gonna make that call?
Bob. We can unhook your stuff. I'm fine. You want to unhook your stuff?
You ain't coming out. They're done. Hey, you think it's got suction on it? Yeah. Hey, where's that water truck? Trying to blow away? Did they call it?
Would have been nice to know. I mean, want to go try to find Bobby?
No, not right now.
Oh, you gotta call.
You county guy? That guy was just here. He's always here at the fair.
He's done some stuff in the fair.
Is he a paid county guy? Doing county in Chicago? He's been here since fucking I was 14 years old.
Chris, want me to go put anything in my truck and take it right here?
What? What? No, I can't unhook it because everything's still on. I can't unhook it. Until I unhook it, it's not good. We're just... I want to know, before you do that,
For everybody at home that might still be with us, appreciate you hanging out. And it looks like we haven't lost many of our viewers, but appreciate you riding out this storm with us. We are currently experiencing a pretty severe weather delay. I will keep you posted as best we can.
Hey, this shit makes the grass grow.
yeah, great.
I had a bad year.
Oh, I don't know anything else.
Pretty dry. Where was Mike going? To get head?
I think you were trying to find out what Bob was going to do, but I mean,
Is that off?
no, I can't shut anything off.
Oh, no, I gotta get my granddaughter. She's in it? I didn't hear. Oh, the trophies just blew over. You can't unplug live because of
The stream. If it breaks the stream, the link that everybody has to watch it freezes. So that means we might not save what's been uploaded, and then I gotta make a new stream to start if we do start again. So the safest thing to do right now is to just wait. But you can't You can't tell me we're gonna keep going. The fire department, the other truck was run. They have to cancel this.
Yeah, West Town left too. What's underneath that plastic bin there?
The audio system. We might be in some trouble.
Where's your vehicle?
Over there.
Okay. Is it gonna matter to you if I get my truck close by for you?
No, the less this is in the water, the better.
Right, but I mean, when it's time to go.
You want to go? You want to go get it? We're getting mine or getting yours?
Either one. My truck's way down there. It don't
You want to
matter.
get?
I'm just
You want to
trying
get yours?
I'm
We
trying
can.
to be helpful to you.
If you get yours up here, we can load. Just do a rough tear down, get as much stuff in the truck as possible, and then we can just transfer it.
Well, I'm just thinking, this is cheaper than that. So I mean, if I had to shove it up underneath my
Right.
sweatshirt or whatever I could do to help you out.
Well, once we're done, I'll be able to shove everything off. I just need official word that we're done. I'll let everybody know. I'll go black and be done with it.
I understand.
I'm not thrilled. let's wrap it up before wrapping it up. You know, there's no reason to try and wait this out that I can see. I hate to be that way, but I just don't see the advantages right now. There's water getting in everything. I mean,
So how do you continue this derby?
no, you can't.
No.
You got time to just call it.
Hi, Bill.
It's not like a circle track where you can just say, "Oh, we got 20 laps to go. We'll just start next Friday."
Right.
You know.
Somebody said the tornado went through Fredonia. That's where all the Western's going.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, turned around and said there was a tornado went through Westfield. They said that's where they're going now is to Fredonia.
The tornado went through Fredonia?
That's what somebody
Say it
said.
hit anything?
Huh?
Say it hit anything?
I don't know. I just heard two guys talking about it when I was driving this and coming back. I left my phone in the truck because it's soaking wet.
You have a tarp in your truck, a blanket, anything in the back of your truck? Is your truck real
Where's
close
your
here?
truck?
Huh?
Where's your truck?
His
Right
real
here.
close, right out the gate. You walk out the gate there, and he's.
I mean, I got another raincoat and rain pants if that's what you want, Chris.
No, nothing like that. I'm thinking about my equipment. It's getting so wet. We're getting close to the threshold where it's time to either
Well,
do something
I
or
got
nothing.
another one of these. You want me to go get it?
That's not the problem. This isn't the issue. The fact that we're taking on so much water around and everything, there's something else to tie down, there's something else to babysit. If this isn't coming back, we need to decide that it's not coming back. No. Too wet. We're done.
I got towels. You want me to go
Get a towel. Is the show over then? Have we called it? Have we called it? Can we call it?
More important than this fucking show. Drag it to the fucking truck.
Peppy, I'll get it in my truck.
That needs to get home. I'm good.
We're getting there. Hold those. Keep those close.
What?
What did you just say, Jamie?
I'm gonna go get my truck, see if I got anything in there to help him get this stuff out, keep it out of the rain. It's already got it misted everything. But... No, you and I bear hug that, throw it in the bed of my truck, and I'll bring it to your house. I'm going to get my truck. I'll bring it close. You know where Melancho's truck is? Right out here?
I ain't been out there yet.
Okay, well, there's a gate over there that you walk in.
This one right here. I'm
Right out
parked
there, right out that walkway.
She's parked right in front of my truck.
You hear anything?
Nothing.
Nothing. I went out there looking for Bob. I can't find him anywhere.
Get my truck out of there. I'm going to get my truck there.
Alright.
Wait, is the rain letting up?
Look at the weather on your phone.
I ain't got my phone on me.
I dropped mine out there right in the stream, so it's sitting on my...
Jamie put mine. So it wouldn't get wet. I mean, I got it at 7, but... The rain's picking up again.
Yeah. These guys are pulling all this stuff, so... Don't risk any more of your shit. Let's get it...
I'm pulling the plug right now.
Yeah, because if it's supposed to get even worse... bet.
He was in his truck over there. Now I don't see him.
Well, I tried calling him, to see if he's calling it.
out to him.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna have to.